26. We are going to get started on today's daily collective reads shortly, but before we do so, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch any of those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can find them over on the place where we keep the photos. And you can find them over as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question. How we doing today? We got a Sagittarius. Listen to this. We got a Sagittarius full moon coming in. And not only do we have a Sagittarius full moon coming in, we've got a Sagittarius full moon coming in Gemini season at 4:44. That's right. It's coming in at 4:44. Okay? And the thing about it is we're going to talk a little bit. We're going to talk a little bit about this full moon coming up, okay? Because I feel like it's going to be a real doozy of a moon, and the thing about it, and the thing about it is, and I want to kind of like I have to the thing about it is there may be something related to this full moon that may feel very much like it's euphoric. Okay, it's euphoric energy is the best way to describe it. A Sagittarian full moon in Gemini season is euphoric, and especially in the space by which we see that it's coming in at 4:44. And I want to just and the thing about but we're going to talk a little bit about it though, because I know what you're probably saying to me right now. You're probably just looking at me being like, what are you talking about? Because you probably don't feel like that at this moment. I know you don't feel like that now. I'm not talking about now, silly. I'm talking about when the full moon comes in. Because and I wanted to, and the reason I see this is because and I want to describe it, like it feels very much like a snap kind of energy, right? And the way that's not necessarily a negative thing. It feels to me like a positive snap. It feels to me like the ability of it's working into the context of being able to understand and find what it means. And basically I want to describe it like this, okay? When one finds one's flow state, then one finds other flow states, right? It's working into it's the understanding of being able to move through something that creates smoothness. And the thing about it, and you'll probably recognize this, often when we're working to that, it doesn't feel like it. I want you to think a little bit. A good way of working towards a manifestation goal is, I want you to think a little bit about what it's like when you're trying to move into the ocean, for instance, right? And you're on the shoreline, and there you are, right? And there you are, you're like trying to walk into it, and like what happens? You just you're just getting knocked over again and again and again, and you feel very silly, right? And you feel very awkward. and it feels for a minute, right? I don't care how many times you've moved into the ocean, right? It feels a lot like you're like, I'm never going to get onto the other side of this. But then, right? Then you find the ability to just move through something. And what do you find on the other side of all that rough territory? You find smoothness, right? You find that ability to be able to you find that ability to be able to kind of move through something in a way that allows one to be able to kind of like not necessarily like it still requires work, but it helps one understand that when we're working towards manifestations, right, the aspiration is building into plateaus, right? It's building into the context by which something, right, doesn't feel like it's impossible, but the space by which one is able to find an energetic state that allows one to be able to do what, right? Take on even more. And so there's something important. I feel like there's something very important about this particular full moon energy because the context of a full moon like this, and I'm going to kind of describe it leading up into it. It probably feels rough. It probably feels rough, right? You're probably like, ah, you know what I mean? Like, you're probably like, ah, like you probably feel very like chaotic or you probably feel very out of sorts. But that understanding, right, like the ability of kind of working through a lot of that type of energy, what does it allow us to build into? It allows us to find new smoothness. So I want you to think about that a little bit, as we're navigating into, like, as we're navigating into this full moon energy, right? Think a little bit about, I think a little bit about the understanding or the work by which we effectively, the effort that we put to things that give us this, like, it's the effort we put to things that give us the ability to do things smoothly. Now, as it relates to impacting masculine, feminine, or non-binary energy, we got to talk because it's very different right now. And something about navigating that difference, I think, is really important because you'll see that there's the same unified lesson that's effectively occurring, but a lot of the work that we potentially see that's happening there has to do, right? It has to do with navigating projected volatility. Because I want to tell you right now, at the same time as we may be seeing a lot of energy coming into alignment, right? Those who are effectively in the space of projecting, what do you often notice from the energy that's perpetually projecting, right? Wanton cruelty, right? Like the difference between, I feel like there's a lot of the space by which we're observing, right? And it works into, like, there's something very beautiful and important there about the understanding of the quality and condition of one's own experience as it relates to building into a sense of purpose versus the space or place by which we choose to spend our time, effort, or energy creating cruelty in this world, right? Because what happens is when one falls into the trauma trap of just perpetuating cruelty, which is the modality by which you see or observe others healing, and it brings something out of you that you can't necessarily explain, right? And then in the space by which you can't explain it, you just feel a lot of these negative feelings, right? And you feel almost like you almost notice that the energy that projects can't refrain, right? They can't refrain from it because it's showing how much hurt exists within the self, right? It's literally seeing, it's like you understand the effort of the toxicity that exists in someone simply in the space of seeing love, right? And instead of feeling the vulnerability, having that feeling of needing to project against it because it indicates how empty or hollow someone feels internally. So what's happening, what we potentially see that's happening right now is for a lot of energy potentially working through the state or nature of compassion, being able to understand the difference between creating a life by which one is trying to effectively amplify love. It's the conversation that we were arriving to yesterday that says that there is no loneliness epidemic, but there's a consistency epidemic, because the quality and condition by which we find things isn't looking for a source, but rather the space by which we become the source of what it is that we're seeking. Which means if you're looking for love, have you tried putting some love around? Have you tried have you tried random acts of kindness, right? Because that's probably going to get you closer to finding love. Whereas the modality by which one builds into the context which by which you don't feel love, and then you start getting angry about it and being like, where is it? Right? Like that moves love further away from the self. It's hard to explain that to those who are potentially still working through their own emotions, because it's the understanding that we don't serve purposes, right? And that when individuals look towards, and this is why even eradicating or erasing the concept of my person is so important, the possessiveness that comes in the context of feeling that a person is a possession is often why we feel the vacancy or the shallowness as it relates to not moving towards the emotion that we're trying to feel, but rather the false premise by which we come to expect to arrive to an individual. So we see that for a lot of the masculine energy, this is potentially right. And I want to say, like, there's something very important that I think that's happening right now with the fact that we've got Jupiter in Cancer with Venus also in Cancer, because it's plumbing the depths of the self and finding love there, right? It's like working into the space of the inner, like it's going into the inner sanctum of the self, and then arriving into the space by which you find the love that's experienced within there. So for a lot of the energy, I feel like there may be, and especially I just want to show you for those who connect to masculine energy, we've got the Queen of Wands in its reversal with the Knight of Pentacles and the Four of Wands, right? So this is old trauma. This is old wounds. This is inner child healing, right? This is like returning back, right? Returning back to the space by which one first confused love with possessiveness in order to effectively facilitate and heal in the best way that one can. But it's not easy, right? It's hard work. And there's potentially a lot of, there's a lot of re like resorting through or redistributing, and that's often what we do when we're working through Gemini lessons. We often work into the identification point of what it feels like as we're working through the redistribution of emotions, either imperceptibly, emotionally, or tangibly. Now, for feminine energy, what we effectively see is, and the thing about this, like there's something very important that I'm seeing right now in relationality to working through the context of being able to identify and recognize what feels emotionally centering, but not just what's emotionally centering, but there's something very protective that I see is potentially occurring right now as it relates to feminine energy. And I keep on getting that a lot of that protectiveness that we were seeing there. And I kind of want to show you the headspace of the cards we pulled for feminine yesterday. Because for feminine's headspace, we pulled the Seven of Wands in its reversal. Now, this is really important because I just want to show you this, okay? We had the Seven of Wands in its upright, okay? We also had the Emperor card, but then we had a Magician card in its reversal, or not in its reversal, in its transverse state. Now, this is really important when we pay attention to this, specifically and particularly because we had the Seven of Wands in its reversal coming through, along with the Seven of Wands in its upright. So what do we see with the Seven of Wands in its upright, with the Seven of Wands in its reversal? What we effectively identify there is the observation and the understanding of working into the context or the adaptability by which one is able to identify. And I keep on seeing, like, It's not just, it's like it's healthy tree energy, to be perfectly honest, right? Because whenever and I like to see a 7 of Wands upright with the 7 of Wands in its reversal, because it talks to us about tall trees require deep roots, right? Which is the work that we do, right? The work that we do to find balance is often the work that we do, right? It's qualitative, effectively, to one's own ability to navigate through shadow work. And there was something very beautiful that was coming through in the reading yesterday that articulates upon often the problem or the work that feminine has to navigate is the space by which feminine articulates the fact that they experience something, and another person says, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't believe that exists. And that's because the feminine says, that's because I've been working to shield you from it so effectively, right? It's the paradox. It's a paradox of being a perfect shield. That when one is doing something perfectly, right? The space by which one's own self experiences it, and another person articulates upon the fact that they've never known that or they've never experienced it. It's and I feel like that's the feminine almost articulating, being like, exactly, right? Exactly, exactly. Because it's feminine just being like really good at their job to a certain extent. So this is often, right? This is often what we understand as it relates to the problems or the hurdles of being a divine force of protection, which is often the space by which, when you try to articulate what you experience and others are like, I've never experienced that. It's the painful point is when feminine works through the space by which another person doesn't say, I didn't experience it, but when they try to articulate that they don't believe that it's happening, because feminine is so good in the act of being able to energetically work towards energetically protecting another from it. Now, this brings us to, and then I want to point out as well, this flows immediately into what we were seeing in the non-binary space yesterday. Because one of the things that was interesting about yesterday's read for non-binary was I was sitting here trying to draw the cards, and what popped out, like I was literally trying to draw the Smith Waite system, and the Tarot del Fuego star popped up, right? It was just like, hello. It just showed up. You can't stop the star. Star's gonna go where it wants. But that's to a certain extent, right? Like, I think that that's the important evaluation of it, the fact that it was arriving there in that way, because um one of the things that we potentially see, like, and I kind of like that, like, I kind of like that about the star energy here, because you have to understand, like, a star energy, and you have to like, and it works into the quality of star energy, which is like, star energy doesn't, like, you don't tell, you don't, like, you can't go be like, yo, star, can you go over there? Like, the stars don't do that. You know what I mean? Like, stars don't do that. It's you can't, but it's often, and I think that there's something important about that, because it's working into, the valuation of what we identify as, it's the work that we identify as it relates to being able to build into the context of um, what feels energetically important, or what one is able to articulate upon. And there's something very important there that I feel was like the reading that was coming through yesterday for non-binary energy was effectively the identification of always being available for a meeting of the minds, but not being available for a believability conversation, right? Which is the understanding that a majority of human atrocities have occurred in the space by which another person tries to disbelieve in the existence of another, right? The sound of great atrocities occurring on this earth is the sound by which another person tries to articulate that they exist, and another person tries to articulate and say, yeah, I just don't believe you exist, right? That is literally the act of someone trying to nullify your existence, right? So that's why that was coming through right now, because it feels, for a lot of the energy, the being able to to determine the difference between a meeting of the minds, which is a comprehensive conversation in relationality to how one perceives, versus versus a disbelievable conversation, is the difference between being available to help another person understand something deeper versus the space of not feeling like one must prove, right? Not feeling like one must prove that one must exist, because the space by which, it's the fact, it's the sheer fact of the fact that one has to do that often articulates the fact that you're talking to someone trying to nullify one's existence. So even in the space by which they potentially articulate that, right? That observation, or that experience, is what frames the conversation as it relates to what they are effectively there for, and willing to be receptive to, is what I keep on seeing. So there's something energetically important there, because I would almost identify the fact that it feels to a certain extent like the energy is working on drawing fine lines, and it's almost like there's a little bit of that, like, I want to describe it, like, I feel like for some of the energy working through experiences like that, it's feeling, right, it's feeling some kind of modality of frustration or hesitation, but also working into, right, being able to not to navigate spaces and places with a sense of compassion and courage, both for the self and for those that one is in connection to. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to getting today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards. I mean, in the ace cards. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, not necessary. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to the one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I've tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing in the cards. I just, based on lunation cycles, I just wrote one recently on the new moon that we experienced. I'll be writing one shortly on this full moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series weekly or biweekly as your schedule permits so that you can, also for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or biweekly as your schedule permits so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or biweekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on personal readings. We've got 4 individuals who have priority today, so they'll be read for before we start our daily collective. If anybody else wants to be on the list right now, you will be the first person read for after the daily collective. I will point out I am keeping the list somewhat short today, so if you want to make sure to secure a reading today, I would encourage you to try to get on that list as quickly as possible. And Asfal, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. And how you doing today, Zane? Grand Rising, Nicole. Good to see you, Avatar. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for those. Thank you for those gifts, Nicole. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen that one before, Avatar. Oh, I adore it. Good to see you, dear. Excellent. Absolutely. And welcome. How you doing today, Norma? Welcome, Dark. LJ, there's a million different places you could be right now. Every minute of your life is slowly ticking away moment by moment. And so I hope that the message that you are here to receive, you find. If you don't believe this is work, then I would encourage you to try doing it for a moment. And again, obviously you're going through something that's very intense and heavy, in the space by which you have to effectively, you're not receiving information, you're potentially looking to energetically incite. So I hope you work through whatever those feelings of hostility or anger or aggression you are feeling are right now, particularly before this full moon comes up, because they're probably going to continue to amplify. And I hope you find what you're looking for. I hope you find a better day than the one you were trying to create here. Absolutely. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Nicole. Ooh, I love it. It's that kind. It is honestly, it's that kind of full moon coming up. Really is. Absolutely. How you doing today, Helen? Good to see you. Grand Rising, Mia. How you doing today, Zeneb? And Nola, good to see you as well today. Vivi, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Ruby? Grand Rising Light Seeker. Oh, that's very kind of you to say, Nikki. Right back at you. And thank you for the follow. Babs, thank you for joining us. Mateo, thank you for the follow as well. Excellent. And Adina, good to see you. Thank you for sharing the live. Guys, make sure to give Adina some love. Had a lovely podcast with her a while back. You can find it over on her site or over on my stack. Um, so I need you to reframe the question as Valdor. I'm not sure what you're experiencing, or the fact by which you're assuming that that's what's occurring. Often, more times than not, when I do an energetic read for something, there's something deeper happening than that. Don't let a fear narrative affect you in terms of trying to figure out what's happening, what you're experiencing or feeling energetically. And thank you for the follow, dear. Lotus, thank you for the follow as well. How are you doing today, Larry? And as I mentioned, friends, Tony, if you'd like to get on the list for a reading, all you need to do is send the donation. I'll be happy to add you to the list. A reminder to those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. If you become a paid member, the amount that you spent, the donation amount is the same that I list as for subscribers. You're also entitled to a free card each day. Thank you for that heart, Zineb. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please, by all means, also make sure that you're correcting me. That said, we have a list that we're going to confirm before we get started to see any individuals who get on the list before we get started each day have priority to be read for before we begin the daily collective. The first person on the list for today I'm looking for is Kath. If Kath is not here, second call for Kath. Kath, if you're here, just let me know to claim your reading. If Kath is not here yet, the next person on the list for today is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And as I mentioned, an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. If you'd like to right now, you will be the 5th person read for. How you doing today, Nicole? I'm glad to see you're starting right and early with your own reads. I love to see it. We love to see it. And can you let me know if we're doing a general reading? Okay, we're doing highest priority. I got you, dear. Excellent. Also, please remember, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list today, all you need to do is let me know the date that you were added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. All right, just bear with me one moment. Excellent. All right, and before we continue with Nicole's read, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. Thank you so much for those gifts. Texera, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Oh, thank you for the compliment, G. I'm going to say it again, Dono. You're making the choice to be here. So you can project if you'd like in the comments, but there's a million places you could be right now. You could be changing the world at this very moment. You could be literally the embodiment of joy on earth, but you're choosing to be here right now. So I've got a simple rule as it relates to the chat space, the same rule I hold. You have to be kind. You have to be nice. Simple rule. If you can't be kind or nice, then you're going to have to depart. And that includes to me as well. Right? Same, very, very simple rules here. Okay. Blessings to you as well, Texera. All right. Excellent. And thank you. All right. So we're going to get started right now on Nicole's read. I'm going to pin up Nicole. I know I have to point out, Nicole, I read for you frequently. I feel like the fire dragon comes up a lot, right? I pulled the fire dragon for you on several different occasions. This is not the first time. Guys, make sure to give Nicole some love. Thank you so much, Prabha, for for joining us. These are donation-based reads. So if you would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation, and I'll be happy to read for you. It's 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. So, excellent. All right, let's get to it. Can I get 4 cards? 4 cards for Nicole, please. And actually, yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm. I'm hearing like violins around you. Hold on a minute. They're not your violins. One more, please. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And one more. Oh my goodness. This is absurd. You know, I keep on, every time I read for you, I feel like there's, and it's interesting too, because, the words that's coming through is it feels like there's someone around you going through a very rude awakening. Like someone going through a very rude awakening. And it's not, here's the thing, that's not your it's not your fault that they're going through that. Like, the message that I see here is like, and I want to, like, I just, I keep on, I know that we've talked about this before, but um I feel there is a significant difference between the desire to end something versus to change something, you know? And what I'm basically picking up every time I read for you, and I'm not sure what was in this person's head, but it feels like they had full confidence, right? That they had full confidence that they were trying to end a relationship with you in order to rein in a relationship, right? The space by which another person was trying to rein in a relationship was like, it's so strange because I keep on reading somebody around you is going, well, I didn't want to end it, I wanted to change it, right? And it's that quality, because, and you've got an ancestral around it that looks at something and is absolutely abjectly mortified, is what I keep on getting. Because and I would not be surprised, and this is what I want you to, and the reason I feel like I'm saying this is, don't don't allow another person's, like, sob story, don't allow another person's sob story to effectively sway you in the context or in the form by which you yourself are trying to build into a healthy sense of direction. Because everything I keep on seeing around equality and condition is the state or nature by which another person was fully aware, right? Was fully aware of what they effectively put you through, or what they were energetically doing. So if there's something, like, I keep on hearing, like, if somebody starts trying to come towards you in some kind of way, articulating upon conciliation, I feel like it's like, I almost see the space by which you have to effectively articulate to them, um like holding, like maintaining and holding a very energetically specific boundary in relationality to what they can energetically expect going forward. Because something I'm identifying and recognizing there, it says to me, like, I just keep on seeing that, you know it feels like somebody, who had some kind of, like, deep confidence that you were effectively going to chase after them, right? Like, some kind of deep confidence by which you were effectively going to try to articulate the desire to be, right? Like, I keep on hearing the desire to be in any, like, in any form of facet in another person's experience, right? Like, it's like, I keep on getting this, like, I'll do anything type of energy around someone, right? Like, the space by which another person thought they were going to get you into some kind of state of desperation. And where do you find them now? I feel like the thing about it, and this is why, like, this is why we, like, and this is often what happens, right? It almost feels like the space by which they expected you to arrive to them, they themselves have fallen into, right? Like, I just keep on getting the same message from your ancestor. Like, the space by which they were trying to drive you, they have fallen into. So your ability, right? Like, your ability to effectively have to articulate and navigate, I keep on getting, if you keep on receiving some kind of unreasonable hostility, like, let this effectively reaffirm why that may be, I keep on getting why they may be coming towards you in some way that feels very conflicted. I want to give you bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, and it's interesting too. And this is where I feel like this is where it's coming through in the space of the angelic, because everything I'm seeing in relationality to everything I'm seeing in relationality to working upon the space of the angelic, I just keep on seeing that it's requiring you. Like I feel like it's requiring you to have to maintain some sort of higher perspective on something, right? Like there's a higher perspective here. And the thing about it is, and I feel like this is what you have to effectively communicate to another, right? The hard like hard feelings hard feelings only harm those who do not deserve to be harmed by them, right? And the work by which we, like, I see you, like, and it's interesting too because this is where it's feeling very much like an angelic message potentially coming through. But the observation of you being able to identify or articulate to another what feels, I just keep on saying, like, what feels like practical or possible. I just keep on seeing, like, allow that logic to guide you, because I almost, like, I kind of want to take a picture of this spread for you, because the thing about it, and I keep on hearing, like, this is the hardest part, right? Like where you are right now, um, it probably feels like this is the hardest part. But I'm also, like, the message I'm getting from your guide is somebody articulating that this could change in an instant, right? Like this could change in an instant. So if that's why, like, I keep on seeing, like, that's why, if something in that space is being navigated in that way, your ability of potentially taking, like, your ability of taking a determinative approach to things is what is potentially allowing the state or nature by which you're able to apply that force of effort. Just continue. I keep on getting, like, don't get triggered, don't get into some kind of articulation, don't work into the space of another person trying to suddenly, I keep wondering, don't come into the space of another person trying to energetically concede upon something, because I keep on hearing their concession is coming from a state of deep anxiety. I feel like I need to write that down for you. Hold on, where's your book? One moment. Yep, just gonna put this down for you. 1 second. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And that feels like it's coming. It's interesting. Yeah, it feels like. Hold on. All right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nicole. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and My Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And the next person, and if anybody else wants to get on the list today, the list is open. I am keeping the list somewhat short today. So if you want to secure a spot, if you want to guarantee being read for today, I would encourage you get on the list sooner rather than later. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit, guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Absolutely. And just reading over. I know that fire dragon, every time I read for you right now, it's sticking around. Hi there. Yeah, eyes. Grand Rising, Ryan. Good to see you today. How you doing? Yeah, sending you support on that, dear. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Nicole. All right. And we're going to continue right now. And the next person that we are reading for today is going to be Colleen. Colleen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Krishna, these are donation-based reads. So we are going to get started on a collective shortly, but if you would like a personal read, it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. I don't see any babies in this room, Don. I see grown adults. Absolutely. All right, let's continue. And just reading over. Second call right now. Gibbsburn. That relationship has to, yeah. I mean, but that the thing about like it's interesting too because it almost like what I was reading. It's like it almost feels like somebody. It almost feels like someone trying to rectify something that they've already like burned to the ground. You know what I mean? Like it's giving that type of energy. You know, like that. That's the thing that I was reading into that felt so bizarre about it. You know. All right, how you doing today, Per? Good to see you, dear. The next person, second call for Colleen. If Colleen is not here, the next person on the list for today is Julie. Julie, if you're here, let me know. Please let me know, and we will continue with your reading. Yeah, thank you for confirming. Yeah, and again, and I keep on getting if it doesn't make sense, like remember this is why. Hi, Julie. Excellent. Good to see you, dear. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And for those who are waiting for the collective, we are doing the prioritized reads first. So anyone who gets on the list before we start the daily collective always has priority to be read before we start the daily collective. So once we complete these readings, we will be getting started on tarot astrology today. And thank you for sharing the live, Per. I appreciate you. Dada. I've never heard that before. It's very Court of Pentacles, given the fact that we just studied those cards. And thank you for those heart me's, friends. Please remember, if you're joining us on the clock app, to make sure to recharge your heart me's if you would like an animal oracle card on top of your 1 cards. Absolutely. Excellent. All right, let's get to it. So while we wait for Julie's question to come through, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Okay. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the sow. We'll do it again after the next reading. Excellent. All right. Julie, I'm still waiting for your question to come through, dear. Unless it's getting filtered. Oh, I see it here. Never mind. Ooh. Okay. We're doing a love reading. Okay, I got you, dear. 'Tis the season. All right. Oh. Okay. What do we got here? And 2 more. Where are their Scorpio placements? It's interesting because I feel like the most important thing I'm seeing about this individual is I'm seeing a lot of honesty. You know? It feels like very honest energy. And the thing about it is I feel like there's something important too, and I think that there's something to say about the fact that it feels like they can stand your honesty too, is what I'm getting. And I feel like that's important because I don't know why. I don't know if you've had some experiences in past relationships where another person was like all like, I keep on getting like completely out of sorts in you just being absolutely honest about something, you know? Because, and I want to point this out, good energy is honest to a fault, even when it's not easy, right? And when I say good energy is honest to a fault, even when and here's the thing about it, like, and the reason that happens is because you'll literally, like, I know it sounds wild, but you'll literally see someone and you'll be like, what happened to the relationship? And someone will be like, I was being honest, right? There's nothing more insane, right? There's nothing crazier than having to explain to energy that the cause, like, and I need to point this out, and I feel like it's interesting because it's coming through as a guide reading. A healthy relationship is never broken by honesty. But energy that because but energy that feels that but relationships that feel that they need to protect another person, right? And that's the thing about it, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like you've had this situation where you've been in relationship with very insecure energy, right? And the way you can usually tell that you've been in a relationship with insecure energy is you say to somebody, what did you do? Like, somebody goes, what happened in the relationship? And you'd be like, I was honest. Like, you be like, I was honest. Like, I was honest and it broke, right? Like, it was that, that wasn't your fault, right? And it's interesting because it's like, it's because the message is coming through, it's honest to a fault, is saying that when another person is insecure and you try to bring honesty into the situation, the relationship will fracture, right? Because they're not in the space by which they can be equipped, right? They can't be energetically equipped for navigating the space that you are probably you are probably the best thing that they ever experienced, is what I keep on getting. right? Because you were the only person, right? You were the only person that was trying to build a true relationship with someone, not in the sense of trying to pat another person's ego. And that's why I said I like this energy for you. And I was asking where their Scorpio planet, like their Scorpio placements are, because there's a little bit of this give it to me straight kind of energy, right? There's a little bit of this give it to me straight kind of energy here, which is someone who finds your honesty, right? I don't feel like they're intimidated by it. I feel like they're going to find it incredibly refreshing, is what I keep on seeing. Um, I also see somebody, it's interesting because I don't know why I keep on hearing something related to mental gymnastics. There's something here. Like I keep on hearing gymnastics, but it feels more like mental gymnastics. So, I feel like there's something there's some, it feels like somebody who really appreciates, like here's the thing about it. And here's the thing you have to recognize with this energy that I'm reading. They've got a very fast repartee, right? Like I see somebody who they might also have some Gemini placements, to be perfectly honest, because I'm seeing so much speed here. The repartee that they sometimes bring to things, right? I feel like they get very bored. I feel like I see somebody who gets very bored in the space by which they're out with others, because I keep on hearing like this is a type of energy that's like saying these, like they're throwing whiz bangs in the background. You know what a whiz bang is, right? Like they're articulating something under their breath, and like they're waiting for someone to catch, like to catch the whiz bang that they're trying to that they deliver. And I see you with an ear for it, right? I am not sure why, but I almost see the fact that they've recognized the fact that, like I keep on getting like a lot of that, a lot of this punch. I don't know why I keep on hearing someone say they had to let go. They had to end a relationship because someone wasn't getting their jokes. Is what I keep on hearing. I don't know why I'm hearing this. I'm hearing somebody's like articulating upon the fact that they felt like they had to end a relationship because it felt like someone wasn't getting their jokes, is what I keep on getting. Or they were taking it like they were like, I just keep on seeing somebody, like I don't know why I keep on seeing someone like go like the despairing, the heartbreaking despair of a blank stare, is what I keep on hearing, right? The heartbreaking despair, the heartbreaking despair of a blank stare, which is like I feel like this is someone who's very, like they've got a lot of knowledge in something, because I just keep on hearing them say the heartbreaking despair of a blank stare, which is the situation or circumstance by which they say something, right? And they're very excited about it. And then in the space by which they're excited, like another person just kind of like, like looks at them, goes, "What an odd thing to say," and then being like, you know what I mean? Like there's like, you know what I mean? I keep on getting like, it feels like it's like I feel like they navigate. I feel like they navigate a lot of like I feel like they navigate a lot of moments where they feel like the others don't get the catch their references. Are they older? Because it feels like, I mean, if they're not older like than you, I feel like there is some type of old soul energy there. Because like it is giving me like it's giving me like, I feel like this is someone who always feels a little bit older than like they're growing into themselves, right? I wouldn't be surprised if this is somebody who says that they love the experience of getting older because they feel like they're finally coming into themselves properly. There's some kind of refinement here. I'll give you some bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune. Why am I hearing so much about like the classics? They've got a very, I feel like they've got a very classic, they've got a very classic mind. And the thing about it is, I don't know if this person's classically trained in something. But it feels to me like the thing I keep on seeing is like I see somebody who has like the thing about it is like I see the type of person, they're not looking for experiences, they're looking to build a life. And so I feel like there is something here that they feel somewhat out of place upon, because I just keep on seeing somebody who um one, and I think that this is positive in the space of building a relationship with someone. Like I don't see somebody necessarily in the space by which they want to be everywhere. I see somebody that very much like there is like they're a homebody is what I keep on getting. It's like it's giving me the type of energy that says like I almost hear somebody saying like if you have the nicest home, you wouldn't want to go anywhere. It's what I keep, you know what I mean? Like I see somebody like I see somebody that has more of that like I see a little bit of that like I've got a little bit of this what's it called, the introvertedness, but it feels like it's like the introvertedness by which I see somebody who like I wouldn't be surprised if this is someone who potentially tries to like eschew crowds or going out places, because I just keep on seeing someone who's trying to articulate or be like, why can't we just like and I want to understand like I feel like it's often somebody who feels like others get the wrong idea when they're trying to effectively bring them towards them, because I see the fact that it's like they're just not like they're just like it feels like somebody like there's a lot of homebody energy here. So that's the only thing I would be conscientious about, making sure that you're clear in terms of like uh, like whether you're like I see you more a little bit more extroverted than this person, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? But make sure that you have a conversation about it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you for the follow, Steve. I appreciate you. Yep. Okay. More mature. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing there. Scorpio in the 4th house. That makes sense. That would be that would be the energy I was saying, right? Why go anywhere if you have the best here? Like that would make a lot of sense with that 4th house Scorpio placement. Okay. Oh, it's okay, but it's okay. Like that's the work that we do here. Your second guess. I got you, Ryan. Sal, that's what I said. Okay, absolutely. A duck. Okay. Mm-hmm. And thank you, official, for the follow. Yeah, but here you'd think honesty is great, but I have to say, energy that's insecure can't stand honesty. You know? Yeah, you're better equipped to handle that, is what I see. I see somebody who has a sharp tongue, who and I keep on seeing like they've cut people with it, but they don't mean to. Yeah. And Pita, thank you for the follow. Had to look it up. It sounds like me. I'm hilarious. My ex didn't get it. Okay. I feel like you'll be very similar. You've had the similar experiences in that way. Yeah, but seriously, a great metaphor, because fun wasn't possible in the past because of all the problems. Sending you support, Julie. They are more mature, and but you're older by a year. Okay, that's what I was getting. Like they're growing into their maturity. Yep. He's already experienced. Okay, that's what I was seeing too. They've already experienced marriage and kids. I haven't. Maybe that's what I'm picking up on. That I keep on getting like someone who's like always been mature for their age. They're aging into like they're like like I would be curious about where their Saturn placements are too, because it feels like they're finally coming into the age that they've been for a while. Yeah, very intentional, and his goals centered around the home, building life on stable ground. Oh, and they're trying to buy land to buy a house, build a house. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing. Excellent. You ease my anxiety. I'll just be direct about my feelings. I think I feel like there's something about that where a person like that's going to appreciate the frankness. Absolutely. Saturn in Aquarius. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for confirming. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, just confirming those who are on the list for priority before we get started on the reads for today. I'm looking either for Kath right now, or I'm looking for Colleen. Kath or Colleen, if you're here, if you could let me know. And if not, we are going to get started on the daily collective. So just bear with me a moment. Before we do get started on the daily collective, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Hold on a moment. Excellent. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Raven. We'll do it again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Also, please remember that if you would like to get on the list to be read for once we complete the daily collective read, all you need to do is send that donation. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter. So make sure that you wishing you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. Currently, that is being held by Avatar. You're currently in the lead with that. And the other giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. That said, as I mentioned, and if you are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on our list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. Okay. Excellent. All right. Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, May 26, 2026. We are going to be we're going to be doing tarot astrology today. We're going to be going through all the signs. The first sign we are going to be reading into today is going to be Pisces. Pisces, sun, moon, and rising. What do we have coming through for you today? Can I please get 3 cards for Pisces? We are utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for our read. We are starting today with the High Priestess in its upright, in combination with our 3 of Swords in its reversal, in combination with our Death card in its reversal. So what are we identifying in relationality to a lot of this energy right now? One of the things that we're potentially seeing is I kind of I like to see this right now for those with Pisces placements because it feels very much like it's giving me a lot of spring cleaning. It's giving me organization. It's giving me trying to put things into like it's heavy. It's interesting because it's a Pisces reading, but it feels very heavy on the Virgo, which is saying to me like kind of working through the observation of um and I wanted to like it's interesting too because I need to be clear on what I'm reading for with Pisces right now. It doesn't feel so much like cleaning so much as it feels like reorganizing, to be perfectly honest. There's something about this that feels very much reorganizational. And the way I keep on like the thing I keep on seeing is it almost feels like a personal reorganization, right? The observation of taking something and and it's interesting. I just keep on getting the same message. We can make something personal by organizing it in a way that is energetically unique to our person. And there's a word for that. That's called curation, right? So I think it's interesting because I almost see something about Piscean energy taking some kind of like quality approach to reorganizing something in a way by which it becomes more personalized to the self. And I think that that's interesting because there's something about that I just keep on seeing. And I think it's interesting too, because I can almost feel like the observation of someone saying like, that doesn't make any sense. And another person saying like, oh, it makes a lot of sense to me. Right. The understanding or the affinity that we're able to energetically build towards things that allow us to be able to clarify or articulate to another exactly the what something means to us. So I think it's interesting because I feel like there's something very healing in this because the state or nature by which we try to do something personal is the ability by which we are allowing ourselves to appreciate our uniqueness in a way that we never have before. So it's interesting because I want to get some bottom of the deck on it because it almost begs the question like why hasn't yeah, I feel like there's something important, especially with this 7 of Wands. Um, I mean, and 7 of Swords. It's interesting that I wanted to say it's a 7 of Swords, but I wanted to say 7 of Wands because I feel like for some of the Piscean energy right now, and I think it has a little bit to do with us moving into Gemini season. Um, the ability or the context by which we ourselves are able to um, identify to another the force of our intention. I think it's really interesting because it feels and I always notice this, right? I always notice that there's a quality that Pisces can bring to situations, and the way I want to describe the like Piscean energy has this really unique ability of taking something lowbrow and making it very highbrow. Right? Like that's what we describe as kitsch, right? There are those that sometimes have a hard time understanding the quality of kitsch. But the quality of kitsch is being able to like build like taking something that is very deeply personal and making it poetic, right? Like that's effectively what kitsch is, right? And the thing is, like here's like Pisceans, like when one is working into it, have this beautiful ability of doing so, but only, right? The hard part about it is only when you stop seeing the personal work is messy, right? It's like, I always like Pisceans are often like, it's messy business, but being like, that messy business is the self, right? And when one is able to effectively identify, right, when one is able to articulate that messiness, what feels messy to us, another person experiences as profound. And I feel like that's what's going on right now with a lot of Pisces, which is like, it's like, ooh, like revealing the self, like opening, right? I know it feels like spilling your guts, but others experience it as poetry. Continuing to get clarification. Continuing forward right now, let's do a read on our Aquarians. How are Aquarians doing right now? How are Aquarians doing? How are the Aquarians doing? Oh my God, these cards are stuck together. Okay, you want four. Aquarians want four right now, so they're gonna get four. Okay, only because those cards were they did not, they were like, okay. We've got the two of wands in its reversal, the 10 of wands in its upright, the world card in, oh, what did you do? What did you sign up for, Aquarius? What did you do? What did you do? What did you sign up for when you were feeling social? What did you do? What did you do? What did you sign up for when you were feeling social? You were having that moment. You were having that moment. It sounded like, it felt like a good idea at the time. I'm getting some type of energy here with like, here's the thing with Aquarians, right? It's like, I feel like there's something like the concept, right? Conceptually something seemed great, actually a lot of work. Conceptually beautiful, practically a lot more work, right? And this is often what happens, right? This is often what like and I think, I think that Aquarians, like, you recognize, like, a good Aquarian recognizes the danger in saying no problem to things, right? Which is like, whenever whenever someone says like, that gonna be a problem, be like, it's probably gonna be mostly problems. Okay. It's probably gonna be mostly, I've got a little thing. There's no such, like, the thing about, and here's the thing, like, Aquarians recognize this, right? Which is like, I just keep on seeing, like the minute you say no problem, like, sometimes somehow somebody sticks like a, next thing you know, you're sitting there with like a, I keep on getting like a, what are they called, like a bulletin board and a hard hat, because you're deep in the space of like working through like a construction zone, is what I keep on getting. And I think that that's, I feel like that is the conversation that like Aquarians need to have right now, which is helping another person. And I want you to understand, like, the thing you can kind of articulate to another is, um there's nothing is easy, right? When we articulate, like, and this is the thing about it, it's very entitled to say, oh, you can just do something, like it wouldn't be a big deal, because it's not understanding the quality and nature of what it takes to do something. But here's the way that you can kind of help in situations like that. Ask for help, Aquarius, right? Like, here's the thing about it. You can't feel overburdened if you're not asking for support, right? And the thing about it is making sure, right? Like, making sure that you're getting ahead of yourself, right? Because the thing about it is, there's something beautiful, right? When we plan ahead, then we know what to energetically prepare for. But more so than that, right? We help others help us as well, right? Like, planning ahead, you have to understand, planning ahead is not something that we do for ourselves. It's what we do for those we care about. Because the modality or the experience by which we can articulate to another, this is what you can prepare for, that's the sound of love happening, right? Because love is reassurance, and the ability of potentially being able to identify what's ahead of the self is how we build stability in our experience. So make sure that you're doing that. And if you aren't getting that, make sure that you're communicating that to another, right? If it's not ideal, then talk about what would be more ideal. Thank you so much, Aquarians. Continuing right now, next sign we are reading for is, what do we got here? Next sign we got is our Capricorns. Can I get 3 cards for Capricorn? Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising. What do we got right now? We've got, got 7 of Wands in its upright. 8 of Pentacles in its upright. And 5 of Wands in its reversal. You know what? It feels like, there's something about this. I feel like Capricorn, I feel like there's something that feels, I don't know why I keep on getting the sense that Capricorns feel like they can breathe again. You know? Like, I just keep on seeing, like, it feels like, I just keep on, like, this feels like respiration. This feels like the ability, like that. Like, it's like, I'm not sure why, but I feel like there's something about, like, it feels like there was something that was coming through that's allowing, like, it's allowing Capricorns to, like, move back into, I keep on hearing a new sense of normalcy, right? Like a new sense of normalcy. And I feel like it's interesting because, like, I almost have this feeling, like I almost see this space by which, like a lot of energy going into something, and now, right, I almost feel like it's some of the Capricorns giving themselves a little mini vacation on something, or entering some kind of, like, working upon creating, carving out some time to be able to rest or enjoy something, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this world card in its reversal. The world card in its reversal, um the world card in its reversal often communicates to us, the quality or the ability of being able to, like, it's saying to me, like, I think it's interesting because it's, and I want to point, I want to stress something I think is really interesting about the energy I'm reading on. The energy I'm reading on right now is very similar to what I was seeing in the Aquarian energy. But for Capricorn, it's the same exact energy that would almost make Aquarians breathless. For Capricorn, it feels like a breath of fresh air, because it feels like there's something, right? It feels like there's something that Capricorn is getting ready to roll up their sleeves on. And I want to point this out, right? And here's the thing about it. Capricorns don't forget about things, right? This is why it's very silly to ever feel like a Capricorn forgets as it relates to responsibility. Capricorn waits. Capricorn, you know that you wait for the right opportunity to be able to turn your attention to things. So I feel like, if something about that, like, I feel like I see something about, like the Capricorn working through something that's allowed them to clear their slate so that they can finally address something that they've been meaning to get to for some time, is what I keep on seeing. So, the one thing I'll say here is, I'm going to tell you, like, bring a little Taurus energy into this too. Like, before you start something new, you also deserve a little treat. Okay. like, like, make sure that you're taking some time to treat yourself, because I often see this when I read into Capricorn energy, being like, hooray, and then, like, on to the next thing, right? Make sure that you're telling others. Make sure that you're telling others if it feels like there's something that requires, a modality or cause for celebration, right? Like, let that, like, give yourself the space to be able to articulate that. All right. Thank you so much, Capricorns. Moving on right now to our Sagittarians. Oh, what's going on, Sag? Oh, my. What's going on, Sag? It's the Sag full moon coming up, isn't it? Okay. 3 cards. It's fine. It's got to be extra right now. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a Sag full, like, the Sag full moon I'm seeing that's coming through right now. It feels a bit. The thing I keep on identifying here, and I want to, Sag, you know, there. I'm going to say this again because this was coming through really heavy the last time. But here, you have to understand this, okay? Um, there's something really important that has to be navigated in relationality to Sagittarian energy, working through the but here's the thing, you have to recognize this, and it's a very special quality that Sagittarians bring to things, and it has to do with the sanctity of healthy preparation, right? Because the thing about it, and I always like to describe this, Sagittarian energy understands the quality and condition of a nice surprise, versus energy that's trying to give one whiplash. Okay. And you'll I'll tell you right now that the sound of you losing, right? The sound of you losing the best Sagittarian you'll ever meet in your life, in your experience, is the space by which one does not work into, like, what one does not work into the perpetual identification of what is last minute, right? Because the thing about it is, often with Sagittarian energy, you can last minute them once, you can last minute them twice, but you can't last minute them thrice, because it's the observation of the difference between something that comes up, right? Something that comes up quickly versus versus individuals that aren't being energetically considerate to the circumstances or the situation of the Sagittarian landscape, right? Because and I want to describe this because it feels like, especially the fact, I don't know if you saw the fact that, did you see how, like, all of those cards came up, right? Did you see the fact that all of those cards basically, like, went poof out the deck? Like, there was that moment that felt energetically explosive. That's because, right? Like, that's because Sagittarian energy loves, right? They cultivate those moments of energetic delight, which means that they can tell, like, their ability to attenuate between what actually feels delightful, right? The ability to attenuate between what feels delightful in the context of something that's immediate versus something um, that is the opposite of that. I feel like there's something very energetically important there. Bottom of the deck, yeah, particularly with the Judgment card in its reversal, right? Because you have to understand, this happens with Capricorns too, right? Like, I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something very important there that's happening, right? There's something very important there that we see that's energetically happening as it relates to um the ability, like, as it relates to the energetic logic of bringing into circumstances or situations. And so I think that it's interesting because I think that for a lot of the Sagittarian energy right now, especially with that judgment card in its reversal, um, make sure that you're not, the best way to identify what's rational is not by getting upset, but by asking a healthy question, right? Never underestimate, never underestimate the power of a healthy question, because it's the sense or the space by which we're able to apply a healthy, like a question to something that allows us to be able to ascertain and recognize what feels like, why I keep wondering, like, why something is energetically necessary, or the modality by which we do it is the space by which we effectively we broach conversations in terms of what it feels like to take collaborative approaches to things. So I feel like there's something significant and important there as it relates to Sagittarian energy, feeling, right? Feeling like when we are feeling inclusive, then we allow for the space of making determinations mutually, right? And so I feel like that is why, like, that is why I see some of this explosiveness here, because it's like it's giving me a little bit like this, like you'll lose, like you will lose the energy of the Sagittarian when they have to have the conversation of saying, why wasn't I consulted? Right? Like there it is. Yeah. All right. Continue. And I feel like that's, I mean, and listen, I mean, like Sag, honor your journey there, right? Like have the hard conversation, right? Don't get upset, right? Don't get upset. Get get intentional in terms of articulating and saying, what can one do to change something? Continuing to get clarification here, moving on to Scorpios. Can I get 3 cards for Scorpio, please? Oh, no, that's interesting. Scorpio, Justice card in its reversal. Oh no, what happened? Emperor card in its reversal. Six of Wands in its upright. How do I describe this? Okay. There are 2 forces on this earth. There are only 2 forces on this earth that delight in finding bullies. There are only 2 forces on this earth that absolutely jump up and down in glee when they discover a bully. And the 2 forces on this earth that delight when they find a bully are Aries and Scorpio. Okay? Because you have to and for different reasons. Okay, I'm going to walk you through it real quick. And Scorpio, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because Aries energy, okay, Aries energy delights finding Aries energy are constantly pulling their punches. Aries energy are always the strongest person in the room, and there they are trying to go about their business, trying not to let everyone know how strong they are. So the modality by which an Aries sees a bully, the Aries goes, "Oh, good. Like, would you like to engage in an arm wrestling match?" Right? The Aries is like the Aries is like finally, right? It's the energy by which the Aries says, would you like to try that with me? Right? Would you like to try that with me? Please, would you like to try that with me? Right? Because it is the excitement, it's the excitement of the Aries finally feeling, right? Finally feeling the state or nature by which they don't feel, right? They don't feel that they need to hold back in that way. Scorpio, it's different. And you know what's up with that, Scorpio, right? Scorpios have a very, you know, here's the thing about it. You think that Libras have a refined sense of justice. It's not the Libras. Libras work towards balance. Libras work towards harmony. Scorpios, Scorpios will literally be the harbingers of justice. Okay, like Scorpios, like you get on the wrong side of a Scorpio, and you are going to see the harbinger of justice. You're gonna be like, what was that shadow? Right? What was that? What was that? Like, what was that? Right? You're gonna be like, what? Did it get cold in here? Yeah, it got cold. What did you do? Right? Like, are you kidding? Like, what did you just do? Like, don't. Why love your life? Love your life. I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell you. Because here's the thing about it. You have to understand, like Scorpios work through, right? Scorpios work through the fact, like and you understand this, Scorpio, you understand, right? That things aren't fair, right? And there's some things that by their nature aren't fair, but they could be, right? They could be. And it's one thing, right? And here's the thing about it. When a Scorpio energy sees somebody, and here's the thing about it. And here's the thing, and I also know you Scorpio. Part of you is like, if it's unfair, like leverage it. And you understand this. Here's the thing about it, though. You have to understand a very attenuated sense of justice, right? Because if something's unfair, then Scorpios will often feel the sense of saying if something's unfair, then the modality by which you have to do something unfair, right? You have to do something unfair to bring balance to it. You have to understand there's no, even in that, Scorpios feel like they're doing justice because they're going, if it's unfair and you bring unfairness to it, then you bring balance, right? Sometimes that's what's required. But when a scorpionic energy sees somebody that potentially unfairs things twice, right? It's the double unfairness, right? It's the modality by which another person finds unfairness and instead of trying to make something better, makes it worse. Bottom of the deck, harbinger of justice activated. Harbinger of like harbinger of justice, harbinger, harbinger of justice engaged is what I keep on getting. Just straight up, like Mortal Kombat is what I'm seeing here. I'm just gonna I don't know I'm just gonna back away from it. I'm I didn't see anything. Nope, I didn't see anything. I'm gonna continue right now. All right, let's continue. Oh my goodness. All right, just again, make sure you're not making assumptions on things, Scorpio. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, continuing Dia clarification, moving towards Libra. Libra, sun, moon, and rising. What do we got going on here? Sun, moon, and rising. We got the Ten of Wands, Swords. It's interesting that I tried to say Ten of Swords and Wands came through. Queen of Swords in its upright. And the Nine of Cups in its upright. Wow. This is, I feel, this is very Libra. This is probably the most Libra spread I've ever read for. Because this is what it often feels like with those with Libra placements. I'll just show you the spread. And this is the thing about it. Like, and here's the thing. When you see the Libra around you trying to create harmony and things, like what's going on in the outside versus what's going on the inside are very different spaces, right? Because there's that like this, like look at this, right? This is either side, right? This is either side of the Libra energy, right? And then what's in between there? There's that Queen of Swords energy, right? And then I need to articulate that when we see this type of energy, around Libra, I feel like there's something very, very, it feels very much like, especially with the fact that we see that Venus and Jupiter are both in Cancer right now. I feel like this is a lot of the Libra energy that is potentially working and focusing and trying to find their center, is what I keep on getting. And the thing about it is um, healthy centering, right? Healthy centering for Libra energy is all about calibration, right? So I feel like for a lot of the Libra energy right now, working through the context of what it takes to calibrate, right? And this is often what we don't recognize, which is different, right? It's calibrating is different than balancing, because when Libras are very good at being able to see others that try to enter, like the way others calibrate. And so there's something about the calibration point that I see is happening with Libras, because I just keep on identifying that it's the Libra that's potentially like you're working into the space of, I keep on hearing, like, and when a Libra is calibrating, they're absorbing information, right? They're absorbing information and then trying to put it in the right place. So I feel like I see something very important there, because I feel like for some of the, like, this could be feeling like a very activating time right now for Libras, because they're calibrating, and even in the space by which they're calibrating, they're recognizing and understanding. Like it feels like I keep on hearing like this is when the Libras are doing their best, because they're absorbing information and they're placing it just as quickly, right? So it's like do you see the transformation? Like it comes in, it gets put in the right place. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, 6 of Wands in its upright. And here's the thing about it, right? Like Libras, I got to tell you, we don't like, one doesn't put, right? Like it says to me, like, I need to point this out. And this is often what happens with Libras. Like we were talking about often when Sagittarians have had enough of something, is in the space by which they articulate, why wasn't I consulted? But the modality by which when Libras see someone trying to put their thumb on the scale, right? Like that, like I have to, I just keep on seeing, like, that is the sound of you losing. Like Libras, when, like, that is the sound of losing a Libra, right? Because it's the space by which, right? And you have to understand this. If you've got an energy around you that's constantly working on balance, right? And then this is why Libras can't have energy that puts their thumb on the scale on things, because you have to understand that it has a detrimental impact on it makes Libras have to work harder, because they can feel the energetic force of another person constantly thumbing it, right? Which is it's just the space of another person taking advantage, right? The modality by which another person takes advantage of the Libra's act of always balancing. So we see that for a lot of the energy, like I feel like there's something important about that, because, right, like I almost feel like that is almost Libra in some way, shape, or form talking to another about the modality by which they observe someone putting their thumb on the scale, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Libra. And if this message connected to you as well, thank you for receiving it. The next person we're reading for right now is Virgo. Wow, it was a deep breath. 3 cards for Virgo. Virgo, breathe. Breathe. Okay. Okay. Let's get, okay. Okay. 3 cards for what's going on? Okay. We got the star energy. Okay. 3 cards. We got the star energy here. We got the 7 of Wands, and we got the Death card in its reversal. Um, why, like, what's going, what's up here? Like, why do I feel like I got Virgo just going, don't mind me, I'm just watching. Right? But in like in a good way, like it feels like it feels like I need to point this out. Virgo, I don't know what you're looking at, but like, and I want to point this out. You know that it's hard. Here's the thing. I need to point this out. It's very hard to impress a Virgo. Okay, it's very hard to impress a Virgo. And this is like it's very hard to impress a Virgo. And the reason the reason it's hard to impress a Virgo is because, Virgos are often in the space by which you're like, get out of the way, let me show you how it's done. Okay. Virgos, Virgos are like, I need everyone to clear the room. I need some space. No, 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 no. I'm going to show you now, right? Because like Virgos, like when Virgos are good at something, they're like, there's no half measures, right? There's no measures when it comes to a Virgo learning something, right? It's a lot of this. And so it's very there are things that happen when Virgos when you know this, Virgo, when you find something or someone that is energetically impressive, Virgos will be like, I will protect that person for with my life. Like because that is the energy of a Virgo, right? Right? Finding someone by which they feel, right? There's something to be found there, right? And when Virgos find someone by which they feel that there's something to be found there, when they find the gift of profoundness in someone, right? Like Virgos are like, it becomes very energetic. It gets very energetically protective, right? It gets very protective. It gets very intense is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like it's interesting because I feel like for some of the Virgo energy here, what I'm seeing is um articulating about something or speaking into it in a way that I keep on getting, in a way that feels right, in a way that feels really healing. And I feel like there's something important that I'm identifying there, specifically and particularly. And I want to point this out. There's something here too, bottom of the deck, Ace of Swords. I don't know why. I don't know why I've got a little bit of this energy around Virgo in relationality to like I keep on hearing like I knew it is what I'm getting. But like I knew it, like like the thing I want to identify here, and I think that this is really important, is, you know, often with like here's the thing with Virgo energy, you to a certain extent you act very much like an antenna, right? Your ability of kind of sensing the direction that something is going into, like this is often why you'll see Virgos like getting like trying to like articulate or identify to others, right? Like being like, I know where this is headed. You'll see, like that's why here's the like you'll notice like that's why Virgo's cutoff energy can sometimes feel very devastating, because Virgos are very good at sensing the direction that something's headed. And so I feel like there's the understanding, and I want to, it actually, the thing I'm going to point out is it feels very similar to what we were reading into with the non-binary read the other day, which is saying the difference between a meeting of a minds conversation versus a telling. And here's the thing about it, like Virgos don't stick around for a telling, right? Because the difference between having a conversation, like here's the thing, Virgos love an engaging space to communicate, but they will not stick around for a telling because they understand that a healthy conversation is a repartee, right? It's not the space by which we articulate. It's a space by which we can navigate another person, right? The quality of a good conversation is the space by which another person meets us and challenges us in the best way possible, right? A telling, but Virgos understand a telling is somebody who doesn't want to hear anything, just wants to speak, right? So I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like to a certain extent, it's like Virgo energy, like articulating boundaries, but the boundaries that they're articulating is saying, I'm not going to stick around for a telling, right? Which is somebody who's not necessarily receptive to a conversation, but more in the space by which they just want another person to listen, right? So make sure, like, before you walk away from someone in that way, make sure you're explaining that that's the reason. Hopefully that helps you right now, Virgo. Continuing to get clarification. Leo. Oh boy. Oh, Leo. Sun, moon, and rising. What do we got? What do we got? Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. Chariot card in its reversal. Moon card in its reversal. You know what? Like, you know, what do I even say to these cards right now, Leo? What do I even like? You know, here's either there's nothing. You know, I want to point this out. I think that there's something really important to identify. Um, Leos Leos carry like the word I keep on hearing when I'm reading for Leo is like truth bomb. You know, like that's the word I keep on getting, which is like, and the thing about it is, and here's the thing, you'll often see this, like when we the sound of a Leo working out, like exiting a situation, the reason they often articulate that it's a mic drop moment, right? A mic drop moment. Like Leos don't fight, they drop mics, you know, and it's like I don't understand. Like the space by which another person, right? And here's the thing about it, because here's the thing you have to understand with Leos. They're like, when we talk about the fact that Leos, that Aries, when we talk about the fact that Aries are always trying to be less strong than they are, Leos are always trying to turn down the heat. Okay? I want you to understand that the most loving Leo, most loving Leo that you've ever met, could at any moment turn up the heat on you so quickly, which is the space by which it's the space by which they care. The quality by which they care is always the modality by which they're always like, they're making the room, they're always making the temperature cooler than what they would ideally desire. And then there they are shivering, wearing a sweater. All right, I want you to think about that is the condition by which most of the Leos that you meet are experiencing the world. The space by which you would always prefer it to be warmer, but you're caring enough about people that you're making it cooler, and then you're putting on a sweater so that everybody else is comfortable, and you're doing your best to navigate the space that you're trying to work towards that comfortability. And the modality by which others forget that, the modality by which another, like other energy, right? This is often what you see. Like you can't turn up the heat. You can't turn up the heat on a Leo, because a Leo will just sit there and look at you and be like, what are you trying to do right now? Oh, you want it warmer. You want it warmer. Oh, okay. Okay. Like that observation, right? The observation of what it takes is often the space by which, when we talk about the nature of situations, right? This is often the modality by which we see, right? This is often the modality by which we see that energy, right? The sound of energy, like taking advantage of the gift of having Leo energy in their experience, is the modality, right? By which, right? It's the modality by which another starts trying to play, right? And this is the thing about it. When you start trying to play the temperature, When you start trying to play with the temperature, don't touch the thermostat on a Leo, right? You can't like, the Leos are constantly sitting there watching others mess with the thermostat. And there they are, quality, like again, quality control, right? Constantly putting it back where it needs to be. Who did that, right? Who did that? Who is messing with this? And the modality by which you try to do that to a Leo, I can see, like, right? Because the thing is, you have to understand the quality of the temperature that Leo creates is not for the sake of the Leo, right? It's the sake of everybody else around the Leo. So when Leos see, like when Leos see others messing with that thermostat, right? What Leos will be very quick to drop the mic in relationality to the observation of it, right? Because that's often what Leos say. Who messed with the thermostat? Who's been messing with the thermostat? Because that is Leo's domain, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's really important here, especially with cards like this. And I feel like, again, I want to point out for Leos, you don't need to get, I mean, Leos, I mean, I feel like I'm kind of telling you what you know. You don't need to get angry. You just need to start being informative, right? Just need to start being informative. Thank you so much, Leos. Continuing to get clarification. Next sign we're reading for is Cancer. Cancer, what do we got here? Cancer, sun, moon, rising. It's feeling romantic. Yep. Ooh, we got the sun card in its upright. The strength card in its reversal. Whoop. Then I knew it. Yeah, the 9 of Pentacles. This is, I mean, I was expecting these cards. Cancer, this is the best reading we've had so far right now. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to see Cancer having a nice time right now, because you've got Jupiter. You've got Jupiter in Cancer right now, which, again, but you've got Venus there too. You know? There's something, I feel like there's something important there that's potentially occurring, as it relates to I keep wondering, Cancer is creating something that you're creating something you care about, right? And the observation, like when we're working to create something we care about, when we work to create something we care about, you know, I think that it's interesting, because I think that for some of those with Cancerian placements right now, it feels like there's something there about finding a deeper sense of vulnerability, or feeling like one can be more authentic about things at this time, you know? Like this, I feel like there's a lot of Cancerian energy right now that's working deeply into the heart of authenticity. And the thing about working deeply, like the thing we identify when we're working deeply into the heart of authenticity, is it's the observation of being able to do something, but not just the space by which one is able to do it, but really feeling like one is putting one's heart into something, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something important there, because I almost feel like Cancerian energy stepping back from some kind of obligations. But I keep on seeing, like, it says to me, like, they're not stepping back from obligations so much as they're investing time into something that they're energetically working upon. So I feel like there's something about that, because it almost feels like some energy giving themselves some kind of leeway there. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, the Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups in its reversal. the thing I want to say, like, um, the one thing I think that Cancerian energy want to be conscientious about right now is not allowing oneself to become overly, like I keep on getting overly sentimental about something, right? Because I feel like there's something here. Um, I feel like I'm seeing something here in relationality to working through or identifying or observing when the best thing I can say for Cancerian energy is it's common for us as we grow to recognize that we were prioritizing the wrong things, right? That is not exclusive to your experience. That is universal, right? And so remember that, right? Don't get too hard on yourself on something that is a universal problem, right? Because that is the sound. Your observation of that is how you grow, right? So be conscientious. um be hold yourself, like it feels like inner child healing, so hold yourself in a space of honoring that, not being too hard on yourself because of it. If either something there, it's like either somebody coming towards you in that way, or somebody trying to, or like, or you kind of doing the work and being able to recognize the valuation of something that is energetically changed. Thank you so much, Cancers. Continuing right now into Gemini. How you doing? Right? Oh God, this here's the thing about it. Like here's the thing about this energy right now with Gemini. Yeah, come on, 3. Let's do it. Yeah, like here's the thing. Like, yeah, Queen of Swords. I'm not surprised to see it. Cantilevered, 2 of Pentacles in its reversal, and it's a 3 of Cups in its reversal. And the thing I'm identifying there, the thing I'm identifying there has to do with I feel like there's something really important right now about, like, I feel like the funny part about it with some of this Gemini energy is, like, I feel like I hear Gemini being like, it's like I'm on vacation. This is my party month, is what I keep on getting. Because we've got like, and here's the thing about it, like this energy right now will probably feel like everybody else is probably feeling a lot of intensity with this energy, not Gemini. Gemini likes it because the thing is, Mercury is in Gemini right now, right? Like, and here's the thing, like Gemini loves when Mercury's in its house, right? Because you have to understand, Gemini is always about dynamic energy, right? So Gemini is already like this, and then you add Mercury to it, and things even feel like they're more rapid. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's like something about this energy right now that feels kind of rapid fire for Gemini, but like in the best way possible, right? Like it's like one thing after another, and Gemini being like, keep it coming. You know what I mean? Like, keep it coming. You know what I mean? Because like it's like a lot of that, it's a lot of that fast-paced energy. And I want to point out, like, the state or nature by which the state or nature by which others, and you'll always notice this with Gemini energy, like there's everybody else like losing their minds because something's happening quickly, and Gemini's like, is that all you got? Like, Gemini's like, like, no, I'm done. Next. It's that what I'm trying to describe, right? It's that double syncopation, and then you add something to it, right? It's like it's a lot of that type of energy. So I feel like there's probably something right now. The one, you know what I'm going to say right now. You know what I'm going to say. Okay, remember. Okay, remember that others might not experience it the same way that you do. Make sure you understand. Make sure that you're bringing the right mood into the room. You know what I'm talking about, Gemini. You know what? Make sure that you're taking the temperature in the room before you walk into it. Is all I'm saying. And I know, you know what I'm talking about. Okay. I mean this. I say this deeply. I say this from a place of deep care, perfect love, and perfect trust. Read the room. Okay. Like, read the room before you bring yourself into it, which is not to say, right, it doesn't mean that you're not bringing the right energy to it, but there's something about like there's something about the difference between recognizing how you potentially feel about the like how you navigate through things versus what brings others to a screeching halt. It is sometimes it's sometimes the space by which, right, like you know, it's not, I know it's not intentional, right, but it's the space by which you can at least, you can say to somebody like, this is how I, like, there's something important to say, saying like, this is how I process. I want you to keep that in your pocket. Okay, you're welcome. All right, I want you to write down, this is how I process, and put it in your pocket for that moment this week that you might walk into a room, like completely feeling one way and then being like, you're recognizing the energy that others are in as opposed to where you are, right? Help others understand that is the way that you process. Thank you so much, Gemini. All right, let's continue right now. The next sign we're reading into is Taurus. Taurus, sun, moon, and rising. What do we got coming up this week? Strength card in its reversal. Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. Three of Cups in its reversal. So, how do I explain this? You know, I got it. Like, you know, and this is what I mean in terms of the energy, right? So there's something I need to bring to your attention right now, Taurus. That's really important. Okay. The only planet that's in your house right now is Mars. Okay. Which means it's saying like feelings check, right? Feelings check. And here's the thing about it. You know what I'm about to say here. The way that we check our feelings is by checking them outside of the self, right? We do not internally feelings check. We externally feelings check, right? Which is the feelings check. I know you want to internally process, but you have to understand the context by which. Here's the thing with Taurus, and you know this. Your ability to navigate frustration, the thing is if you, yeah, sure, you can navigate it, but it's going to reach a boiling point, right? Your job is not to let things get to the point by which you feel like, if things feel like they're at a boiling point, you've already gone too far, right? it you cannot. Taurus energy, there are other signs that can do it. Taurus energy cannot build into a grin and bear it mentality, because the thing is, you can bear a lot of stuff. And what often happens every time, without fail, right, without fail, there you are, and nobody can tell that anything is wrong, right? Everything feels absolutely copacetic, and there you are, and that, like, that temperature valve is going up and up and up until you reach the boiling point, and then it's too late, right? And so I know it's uncomfortable. I know you feel like you're potentially making a big deal out of something that isn't big, but that's how it feels, by that's how we work that's how we work through things, right? Which is not letting things get to become a big deal. And sometimes, right? Sometimes, right? I'm going to say this, okay? I want you to keep in your pocket, a stitch in time saves nine. Do you understand what that means? Do you understand what a stitch in time saves nine means? It means that if you repair something, if you address something when it's not a big deal, then it doesn't get to the point that it is unrepairable, right? It doesn't get to the point by which it's unrepairable and it requires a massive amount of work. It's the small, it's the small work we do every day that prevents massive outbursts, right? And I know how hard that is because, and I feel like that's either you articulating that to another or you potentially working through it within the self. So I keep on hearing, honor, here's the thing, you can honor your small feelings by adding directions to them, right? Which is not the space by which you can, as long as the small feeling has a very simple solution to it, as long as you're bringing the work, right? You're not giving someone else the homework. Make sure that you're communicating on it. Don't diminish. Bottom of the deck. You see that? Even they see what I tried to draw this card. I don't want to hear, no, it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. If you feel that way, it is a big deal. And the way that we work through our feelings so that they don't become a big deal is by navigating them when the feelings are small, right? Because when feelings are small and we create, we work through them, then we build, we build a wall from them getting bigger, right? It's the space by which we understand that that's how we effectively heal. So make sure, right? Make sure, and again, it's not the only way a small feeling is trivial is if there isn't a direction you can put on it, right? That's different. If it's a trivial feeling that you recognize that there's nothing another person could do to heal it, that's the internal work to be done. Okay? Feel it to heal it. Thank you so much, Taurus. All right, final sign for today. We've got our Aries. Oh my, really? Really? Fine. Okay. Best for last. Look at that. I got so many cards here, guys. You gotta give me a minute. Okay. All right, what do we got? We got the Queen of Cups. Hold on. We got so many cards just came off for Aries. Queen of Cups in its reversal. 9 of Pentacles in its upright. 3 of Pentacles in its reversal. Oh my goodness gracious. What's happening, Aries? Wrong door. All right, wait. Oh my gosh. 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. 8 of Cups in its reversal. Temperance. Oh my God. The only card. I'm sorry. The only card, you understand. I'm going to tell you in a minute. The only card that's upright. Oh my gosh. And the 3 of Wands in its reversal. The only card that's upright. The only card that's upright. Is you're making patience. I need you to make patience right now, Aries. I know. I know you're probably going through a situation where someone is probably trying to deliver to you a bunch of audacity. A bunch of audacity. Oh my goodness, the audacity is what I keep on getting. It's just you against the audacity this week. And I want you to understand, all right, Aries friends recognize, be like, when Aries says, I'm sorry, I can't attend, I'm sorry, I can't respond to your email right now. Like, listen, I want you to just put an away message up. Aries, I just want you to put an away message up. I'm sorry, I can't attend your email right now. I'm dealing with the audacity. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I cannot answer your email right now. I am currently dealing with the audacity. I will return as soon as I'm done dealing with the audacity. And here's the thing about it. I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna say? Don't you dare think about walking away from things this week, Aries. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Is all I'm gonna say to you. Okay? Don't you dare. Okay? Because you know how you heal. You know how you heal audacity. You know you want to know how you heal. You know how you heal audacity. Real quick. You want to know how you heal audacity? Real quick, awareness. Awareness. Better to see it. Awareness. All right. I would like to make you aware of something. I want every time you open your mouth this week, Aries, I want it to start with, I want to make you aware of something. I need to make you aware of something. I need to make you aware of something. If somebody comes to you with audacity, you grant them the gift of awareness. Okay? If someone comes to you with audacity this week, you grant them the beautiful gift of your awareness, which is often, and I want to point this out, energy that's in this audacity often does not understand the full scope of what you're dealing with, right? There's somebody coming to you with audacity. Don't let loose on them until you grant them the full birth of your awareness, which is the modality or the experience by which you say, before you say another word, right? Before you say another word to me, I would like to make you aware of a few things and see if that changes the conversation, right? Like I can already see it. I can already see a lot of this energy coming towards you this week. So remember, right? I would like to make, before you, I keep on, I feel like you should write this down, Aries. Before you continue, before you say what you're going to say to me, I would like to make you aware of a few things, right? That right there, right? When somebody's coming, like grant them, be like, you are going to be the benefactor of your awareness. The benefactor of your awareness. Bless them with your awareness. And if they still come to you with the audacity after having had the blessed gift of your awareness, well, I leave that to you and I leave that to you and your guides. That is our tarot astrology for the week. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book a reading and you have to book a reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever come to you, reach out to you for a private reading. The only way you can book a reading with me is on my site, so I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Court of Pentacles. Our next class will be held on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've experienced or studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing in the cards based on the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we experienced. I'll be writing one shortly on the full moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Nicole. You got our highest gifter today. And Avatar, you came in second. So you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3. You'll be the fourth person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. How you doing today, Epic? Absolutely. I'll take that, El Said. I think that's a huge compliment. Thank you for the compliment, Zig. All right. Welcome, Parida. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Hi there, Dinosaur. How are you doing? Thank you as well, Daniela, for receiving these messages. Okay. All right. You can't just say yep, absolutely. And thank you so much for those gifts, Danielle. I appreciate you. How you doing today, downtown? Welcome, Epic. Um, here's the thing, Amin. I need to point out Yeshua practiced divination as well. So I actually have I have a whole movement that I've started called Tarot Church to help destigmatize the belief that there's anything negative in these cards. A lot of the messages that we see in these cards are the same messages that we see that a lot of all of the great spiritual practices encourage us to gravitate on and understand in relationality to living a life of virtue and kindness. I also need to point out that Yeshua was someone who practiced divination, and we see several examples of that in the Bible. And also, if you have the tendency of opening up your Bible to find inspiration, that is also you practicing divination, because that is effectively bibliomancy. So again, I have a very simple rule here. The same rules that Yeshua had. You can stick around and stay and listen so long as you're in a space of loving kindness, not taking another's words and trying to hurt others with them, or trying to come into a space of righteousness, because righteousness is holding on to something and feeling that one is better than others in the fact that you are holding on to it. Thank you so much, and I wish you a beautiful day. We did all of the signs so far, Epic. So if you missed any of them, you should be able to return back to the recording to be able to find all of the signs. Absolutely. And Denise, thank you for those gifts, dear. Welcome. You came in at the right time. Good to see you, BB. Guys, make sure to give BB some love, and an absolutely wonderful tarot reader as well. Readers supporting readers, right? And also as well with Laurel. Good to see you. Excellent. Wonderful. How you doing today, Sadie? Yep, I have to call you out on that. When was the last time you were on the disco? What happened? What did I miss the other part of that conversation? Yes, Virgo moon doesn't help the heat element either. Sometimes it just comes out when we be like, no, that's a very good point, Nicole. How you doing today, Silas? Leos don't get less intense. They just move further away. Beautifully stated, Ryan. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, BB, for those gifts. I appreciate you. Oh, I hope you're having a beautiful day, dear. Listen to the astrology ones are my favorite for sure. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Nicole. Absolutely. So me. Don't touch the thermostat on a Leo. No, it's what it was coming through. Thanks, Kath. Absolutely. How you doing today, Bridget? Raven, thank you for those hearts. Pisces, thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Sun and the moon being next to each other just makes sense. Agreed. Tap to claim. We just did all of the signs, Pisces. So if you missed any of them, I'll have it. It should be up on over on the place where we keep the videos. It's also going to be up shortly as a video over on Stack and over on the podcast. Venus in Cancer. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Pisces. Isn't that fun? How's that work? Being able to romanticize anything going? How's that work? Romanticizing anything going? How you doing today, Bridget? And Kate, thank you for the follow. Alexandra, thank you for the follow as well. Good to see you, Lucas. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love too. Reader supporting readers, absolutely. And welcome. Oh, BB, thank you for that. If you're trying to get on the list, hold on. I don't know if we told you. If you're trying to get on the list right now, it's changed to a meteor shower. But thank you. Excellent. And thank you, Mitzi, for joining us. Gemini in vacation must be nice. No, I mean, like here's like this energy right now. I need to point out the hardest part is this energy right now for Gemini is like, you know what I mean? Like because they've got Uranus in Gemini and they've also got Mercury in Gemini. So it's like, like you know. Oh, thank you, excellent, BB. Thank you for getting on the list. All right. Excellent facts. Gemini moon. I'm ready for full tit. Yeah. Okay. Oh, just confirming. There we go, Laurel. Yeah. Gemini moon. I'm ready for full tilt boogie on something, but need to wait for others to catch up. Yeah. Taurus rising here. I love this. Always complex for me. Yeah. Here's the thing about like the hardest thing I'm seeing right now, and I just need to point this out. Like the energy that's probably doing best in this right now is Gemini, and it might be very like Taurus, like just give it a minute, okay? Because you have to understand like like Mars is working through your house, right? Which is saying don't let something compound, you know? Yeah, you came in. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, BB. Good to see you. My ex, every reading you read, and thank you for getting on the list as well, Per. Anyone else who wants to get on the list, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. My ex, every reading you read, this his energy is Cancer, Sag Moon, Cap Rising. Yeah, that because the thing about that is, and I want to point this out, like that can sometimes create, that Sag Moon, man. Like the Sag Moon with the Cap Rising, like that right there, like that's some complicated sign work. I can see it, you know? Like that's the type of energy they really have to work. They have to do a lot of work in trying to be able to communicate to others how they're feeling, not trying to resolve their feelings, like 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 in other places, you know, like that's like not hiding the feelings in places, And Gone, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising Ella, how you doing today, EA? You're so welcome, BB. Just in time. Oh, you got here in time for Ella, guys. This Aries read is wild, like absolutely wild. Everything is fine with Aries. Everything is, I mean, they're going to make it fine. But first, it's like you want hearing, but first, just skip Aries, please. I can see why. No, we're not going to skip it. No. Yeah, absolutely. The odd, I know. Did you see? Like, that's the thing about, like, the fact that it's all of it, and the only sign up, the only card up is Temperance. Absolutely. Thank you, Avatar. And thank you for those hashtags, Nicole. Absolutely. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the compliment, Angelica. we deserve one Avatar. Absolutely. Excellent. All right, let's get to it. You're so welcome, Per. I'm out of coins. I surrender. Oh, Avatar, I appreciate you. It all balances out. Yep, absolutely. Excellent. All right, let's get to it, friends. And thank you guys for those gifts. I appreciate it. How you doing today, Perry? Um, Oye, if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. These are donation-based reads. We just completed the free collective, so if you'd like to get on the list, it's 3 cards for 29 for non-subscribers. You can find the links to donate in my bio. We also offer for those who become paid members over on the place where we keep the videos, the discounted rate of 4 cards for 23, and you get a free card each day if you choose to become a paid member. All right. Speaking of which, though, we are going to get moving into one card readings. I mean, not we're not going to do. Hold on, we're going to do personals first, okay? All right. The first person we are reading for. You're so welcome, Kath. The first person we're reading for today. The first person we're reading for today is. The first person we're reading for today is Kath. Kath, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Okay. And while we wait for Kath's question, I'm literally trying to save these Aries cards because I'm going to try to post a photo of it when I post later today on the stack because they're whack. I got you. Before we continue with Kath's reading, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. We'll do that again after the next read. Oh my God, Nikki. Every time it works. Every time. Every time. Every time. You can set a watch to it. You can set a watch to it. I can't. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. All right, let's get. Okay. Spirit's got jokes. Spirit's got jokes. What can I say? Spirit's got jokes. All right, let's continue right now. Let's continue. All right. Can I please get, before we continue though, let's pin up Kath. I was going to make sure. Blah, blah, blah. She just screamed. Thank you for letting me know, Phoebe. All right, where are we? Where are we? One moment, please. Absolutely. One moment, just looking here. Kath, where'd you go, dear? Excellent. All right, guys, make sure to give Kath some love. 3 cards. All right. Three cards. What am I saying? 3. It's interesting because you've got 5 cards coming to you. Give me the other 2. Okay. Got the 9 of Cups. The 10 of Wands in its reversal. And the 2 of Swords. It's like I keep on doing that today. It's like every time okay. King of Cups in its reversal. 10 of Pentacles in its upright. That's a lot of 10 energy. So I feel like there's something, you know, I feel like I keep on seeing a situation right now. And I want to describe it, you know, I feel like what I'm seeing is, and I want you to kind of remember this. It's fine is good footing to find something excellent, is what I keep on hearing. You know, it's fine is good footing to find something excellent, is what I keep on getting. And I think the hard part about it is I want you to be very clear right now in terms of what your manifestation goals are. Because you know, something I'm identifying here, everything I'm seeing in terms of what I see that you're working through, like this King of Cups, like it's the King of Cups that I keep on seeing that you're having to navigate. That's in its reversal. That feels something like feels somewhat confounding or frustrating, right? Because and I want you to understand, like, this is why um a King of Cups, like these 2 cards, I want to explain to you why these 2 cards from a professional space are so detrimental. Okay, because these two cards together, when we're reading professionally, can often feel like it can often create a little bit of a feeling like a sinking ship, right? And here's the thing about it. The sound of a ship sinking, right, is the space by which another person, the only there is, like, the thing I keep on getting is there is no such thing as a sinking ship unless another person refuses to acknowledge the fact that it's sinking, right? And it's often the space by which I feel like it's a conversation by which I see somebody that's trying to work through like some kind of perspective of maintaining, right? And that's what I keep on getting. Like, we can damage something. We can damage something tremendously if we're approaching something and saying, I'm trying to maintain, and someone being like, now is not the time to maintain. Now is the time to innovate, right? Like, now is not the time to maintain. Now is the time to innovate, which is the ability by which another is able to welcome new ideas. Because the hard part about it is, like, the thing about it is I literally see something. Like, I feel like, though, what's wild about it is I literally see you in the environment by which there's potentially the opportunity of a lifetime. And the opportunity of a lifetime that I'm seeing has to do with like the refresh of some kind of large establishment, right? I'm not sure if you're in some kind of modality by which there's a large establishment there. But the difference, and that's what I keep on getting, right? The difference between a large establishment that's working on refreshing, right? The work of a large establishment that's working on refreshing rather than an energy that's working on maintaining is the difference. Like the energy that tries to maintain falls behind, while the energy that's innovating is getting ahead of something. So I feel like there's something really important there, because I almost see you, like I see you trying to articulate to another, right? Like bringing, and here's the thing about it, your ideas are blessed, are refreshing, or refreshment, or blessed refreshments, right? Your ideas are blessed refreshments, but blessed refreshments, like blessed refreshments in the wrong place is often the space by which another person communicates and says that's not necessary, right? Like somebody goes, oh, that feels excessive, but being like, it's not like I see them being like, them saying like, oh, that doesn't feel like it's that important. And you, right, like you being like, it's not, it's critical, right? It's like you, it's like somebody being like, oh, but that sounds excessive, and you being like, it's not excessive, it's critical. So make sure, I feel like if there's like the your note, like your time to know it's time to leave, or the space by which you know it's time to go away from a place, is when you're trying to articulate to someone that something is critical, and they're trying to articulate to you that it feels excessive, right? Like the modality by which you're literally trying, I literally see you trying to say to somebody, I'm trying to prevent some type of catastrophe here. You know, I literally see you trying to articulate and saying to somebody, I'm trying to get ahead of a catastrophe. And then I keep on hearing, if they feel like you telling them something that's critical is catastrophizing, bottom of the deck, time to go, right? Time to go. Because that is, like I said, that is the sound, right? That is literally the sound of a sinking ship. The sound of a sinking ship is the modality by which another person says, this is critical. This is critical. We need to do it right now. And they say, it feels like you, like if they strike the tone to you, say, it feels like you're being a little too panicked. You walk away from that, because you are anticipating the inevitable, is what I keep on seeing, right? Remember, and I keep on hearing, recognize the fact that isn't you catastrophizing. That is you anticipating the inevitable. And if they're not hearing the fact that you are trying to help them anticipate the inevitable, then that's not, like you said, that is your alarm bell ringing, because you know it's not a safe space to be, because they're ignoring, right? That's them ignoring what you are bringing to them. That will, like I keep on hearing, it's not the fact that it could happen, it will happen. It's not a question of if, it's just a question of when. Because it's something I keep on seeing, like you almost articulating to someone and saying, like, if you can see it as a possibility, another like, and I keep on hearing, if you can see it as a possibility, another person, like another person will leverage it, is what I keep on getting. So just, I feel like there's something important about that. And I feel like and it's coming, it feels like a heavy guide reading in relationality to you recognizing the sound, like the sound by which you know it'll be time to go, is when that occurs. When you articulate and say like, look, this is very distressing. We need to do something about it. And another person says, I feel like you're making a big deal out of it. That is literally, like, that is literally the sound of you potentially moving away from something, because I keep on hearing in that moment, rest assured, it's not if it will happen, it will happen. And I keep on seeing like the space by which that conversation will potentially haunt them, because it's the space by which you identified, like it's you effectively identifying, it's like you trying to bring, you are potentially, you are literally bringing the possibility of healing there. And instead, I keep wondering, instead, they just, like that's you diagnosing this, the sinking ship is what I keep on seeing. So just be very conscientious about that. And here's the thing about it, like, don't let another person convince you that your feelings, that you're overreacting, right? Because I just keep on seeing, like, it's like you're not overreacting. If anything, you're downplaying. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And also for my friends joining us, we're at 22.7K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. All right, just reading over, just bear with me a moment, reading over some of the messages that came through. Hold on a moment, friends. One moment, please. Okay, just one more second. Fixing a technical issue. Excellent. Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you, guys. Yeah, you saw those double tens. Absolutely. Every time Nikki's not guessing, bam, the frog. Exactly. Yep. Yep. Oh, 5. It feels like I need to ask for a new project. Yeah, and this is what I keep on, like, it feels to me like you having to articulate to someone something about like maintenance or making sure that you're keeping a due diligence on something. Yeah, I'm right there. I'm trying to wait or check if I should start. It feels like it's a good environment to look, like with those double tens, it doesn't hurt to look, right? Yeah, that resonates. It's a question of when. Absolutely. When when that client will sign or not, when to ask for a new project. I got you, dear. Please define what you mean by fluency, Harnovik. It's a very interesting word it's very interesting because it's a very patronizing thing to say to someone, right? Because only you understand the quality by which you would determine something being fluent. So it's a nonsense statement. To say to someone speak fluently is a nonsense statement because you are the arbitrator on what you determine as to be fluent. You're so welcome, Kath. Absolutely. How you doing today, Tatum? And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Absolutely. Oh, how you doing, Lucas? Good to see you. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Readers supporting readers. Good to see you today, dear. How are you? How you doing today, Joey? Um, I need to point out, Neo, Yeshua did not ask you to worship them. Yeshua articulated to work to honor the self and love one another. So I just need to point out, making sure that you're not misinterpreting what they were articulating. Absolutely. I'm so glad that this message also connected to you as well, Bella. Hector, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. We've got 4 more spots today before the list is closed. I need to point out the fact that you're trying to take Yeshua's messages and cast fear in others is Tavern is you literally doing the opposite of what Yeshua was articulating in anything that they said. So that is you potentially trying to becoming the adversarial energy that you articulate that you are afraid of. So we've got very simple rules here in the chat space, the same that Yeshua held. We hold each other in a space of perfect love and perfect trust, and we are kind to each other here. If you're going to kind of spout fear, then again, that's actually opposite of what Yeshua asked for. So I will have to remove you. That said, if you'd like to stick around and be a part of this collective, you're welcome to do so. Thank you for respecting the chat space. Excellent. Ooh, I like it. You got your coffee and excellent. Yeah, exactly. Beautifully stated. All right. Nikki. All right. Yeah, instead of the, oh my goodness, don't get me started. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today, I'm still looking for Colleen. Is Colleen here? Colleen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading. I mean, more just listen to what he said instead of throwing him around. Listen to what he said instead of throwing him around. Stop weaponizing him. Bella, we do a free collective reading each day, which already happened. So if you want the free collective, you could just go earlier. If you want a personal reading, those are donation based. So 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for a personal reading. But I would also encourage sometimes you can stick around here because if you can't necessarily afford a reading, some of the messages might also connect to you as well. Absolutely. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Ivana. All right, second call for Colleen. If Colleen's not here, the next person we're reading for today is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Thank you so much for those gifts. Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. I know you already had a reading today, Nicole. So if you would prefer to hold that as well, just let me know. I'm happy to do that as well. Just let me know what you prefer me to do. Absolutely. All right. I'm not sure if Nicole might have had to step out. So if Nicole is not to get on the list, Tatum, all you do is send a donation payment. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Oh, you're doing a full arm tattoo. Oh my goodness. Wow, you're just going in the deep end. You don't have any, you're just going for the full arm. That's impressive. I respect it. Yep. Okay, she did ask. Thank you for letting me know, Kath. I appreciate that. I might have missed that message. Okay, cool. If the next person on the list for today is if Nicole's not here, that means, and if I'm still looking for Colleen, you did, Lucas, post them in the tattoo section. Show them off. Oh, thank you, Bella. I appreciate that. So, so I need to explain, Tony, the way we identify this, the reason that we articulate donation here is because when you recognize the valuation point by which others who can't afford readings often receive messages through the readings that those who can do the energetic exchange can do, then we understand that the quality by which it's a donation is the space by which it's not just the fact, it's not just the contribution, but it's the message that comes through. Because when you get a reading here, you're effectively donating that reading to the collective. When we recognize that sometimes, very frequently, those who can't afford a reading also are able to receive a message from it. I also offer a free reading each day, as many times as I can, to those who can't afford to. This is a healthy, much like their healthy energetic exchange is a give and take that allows a sense of balance so that we can continue to do this in the best way possible. If that's not something that you're comfortable with, by all means, you don't need to necessarily stick around to stay here. Your life is precious, and as is mine. And the way you choose to choose your time is how you see fit. So I respect your choices. That said, if you choose to stick around, you might be able to find something in these messages. This is also necessary and relevant for you to receive as well. How you doing, She is? Hope you're having a beautiful day. All right, let's get to it. I would be absolutely honored to be someone's grandma someday. Why are you afraid of age, Michael? Why do you feel it? Why do you think that articulating to another person, why do you think that articulating to another person that having the honorific of age would ever be something that's insulting? I hope you find healing in that journey. I hope you understand that age is not something to be afraid of. There are those who don't get the honor of being able to grow old. We need to be respectful. It's a huge honor. I don't see anything negative about it. It's beautiful. I told you, it's what we just have to navigate right now. It's the same thing I mentioned in relationality to a lot of this energy in terms of projecting, because Jupiter's in Cancer. So if another person isn't doing the work to invest in understanding their feelings, it's going to create a lot of projecting. It's just, I know it, we're going to, especially with Venus and Cancer, in like Venus and Jupiter and Cancer, unfortunately, it can be profound for those who are doing the work, but it can be very reactive for those who are not, who are still who aren't facing their shadow work. Absolutely. Excellent. So Tatum, if you want to do the equivalency of a gift for a reading, it would be a meteor shower. I appreciate it. Here's the thing. I've seen your guides. I appreciate the extremity. I get it. I totally understand it. You probably have a perfect vision in terms of what it needs to be there. So, ooh, you got a pentacle on your wrist. Oh, really? Oh my gosh. I'm curious about the one on your bicep. That's fascinating. Yep. Okay, let's continue right now. I might want one, but not a full arm. I'm scared. Yep. Absolutely. Excellent. All right. So we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, second call for Colleen. If Colleen's not here, BB. BB, you're the next person we're reading for right now. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And again, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. I got you, dear. All right. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit. Okay. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. We'll do it again after the next reading. And guys, I'm going to pin up BB here. Guys, make sure to give BB some love. Also a wonderful reader. Readers supporting readers. All right, let's do it. Okay. Mm-mm. Okay, so this is going to sound like this is going to come through as a very weird reading, because it feels like I'm energetically connecting. It feels like I'm energetically connecting to someone's higher self. And the higher self that I'm connecting to is not yours, but it feels like someone who is not in the capacity by which they can communicate for themselves. but they're very aware of what's going on. Like the message that's coming through on this is, even I keep on hearing the energy saying, even though I can't speak, even though I can't speak yet, I am very aware of what's going on, is what I keep on getting. They've got eyes on it. And I want to point this out. I often, when I read into this, this is often what happens with old soul energy, because the funny thing with old souls is there they are running around in these little bodies, and their bodies aren't there, but their minds are there. Their minds are there, and they're just absorbing and absorbing and absorbing information. And the message that's coming through is they're perfectly aware of a situation where it feels like another person is trying to orchestrate situations that make it feel like you've abandoned them. And they're articulating to me that they've already clocked it. They're just articulating to me, like the higher self is just articulating to me that they've already clocked it. They see somebody putting on performance. They're seeing somebody putting on abandonment performances, right? Like literally the situation. They can hear them on the phone bragging. They can hear them on the phone bragging about it to someone, right? And meanwhile, they're watching the space by which they're effectively intentionally keeping you uninformed. And I hear them articulating, they're basically trying to say, they're articulating to me, they're completely aware of it. You've got nothing to worry about there. They've already clocked it. They're already fully aware of it, even if they can't energetically communicate it. I just keep on hearing abandonment performances, right? It's like I see somebody being like literally like somebody going like this, because they can see the space by which they're trying to articulate to them a story that they know does not exist. Because what they really see, right? They see you effectively agonizing in the space by which you weren't energetically informed about something. And I keep on hearing, you can't call it abandonment if another person did not receive information. You can't articulate that you're abandoning if you're not, if you don't give someone the information about something occurring. So I feel like they're trying to energetically reassure you, because the thing about it is there's going to, like, it's already like the damage is done. And the thing about it is the damage that's done is the fact that they're making me aware of the fact that it's occurred. There's already there's no that they've already become aware of it. And what's wild about it is they're articulating to me that they don't even have the ability to speak yet. They don't even have they're going that's, like, that's why they're coming through as the eagle. They're like, I can see it, I just can't say it, but I just want them to know, like, I just want them to know that I'm completely aware of what is energetically happening. So I feel like they're trying to give you that vote of confidence, because I can see a situation, because they see you going like, and they're saying, chill out. They're saying, chill out. They're saying, don't feed into the narrative. Like, don't feed into the narrative that another person's trying to create about you. Because if they're trying, I keep on hearing, if they're egging you on, they probably want eggs, right? If they're egging you on, they probably want eggs. So don't, if they just keep on saying, if they're egging you on, they probably want eggs. So don't give them. I keep on hearing, like, they're saying cucumber energy, right? If they want eggs, you give them cucumbers. Is what I keep on hearing. If they want eggs, you give them cucumbers. Is all I keep on hearing. Be like, I'm sorry, I don't have any. We don't have fresh out of eggs. I got some cucumber energy here. I'm nice and cool, right? So I feel like it's hard, because, like, and I keep on hearing, like I just keep on, like they're moving through this just as well as you are, right? And the thing about it, it's an old soul energy. Right. It's an old soul energy. And I feel like even in the space by which they're going, and you can't do stuff like this with old souls, like, because once they see it, there's no coming back from it. And I feel like there's something really important there, because I keep on seeing they're watching someone for you. Remember, they're watching someone there. I keep on hearing they're your eyes in there, is what I keep on hearing. You know, they're your eyes, which is the space by which they're identifying and saying that they're going to keep you energetically apprised of the situation. Because everything I keep on seeing, right? Like I see a situation by which they're identifying or articulating the frustration, because like I feel like it's like I just keep on like I because the thing about it is they've recognized someone, they've recognized, there it is, right? The buzzsaw. They've recognized another person's tendency to ruin a happy experience for them in order to try to get back to you on something, right? Like they realize who has their best interest at heart, right? And I need to point out, when we have each other's best interest at heart, we don't ruin things. We don't create situations to ruin them, to try to build bitterness. And I keep on seeing they're saying like it's not going to work. They're just articulate, and they're you know, it's interesting that they're conveying through in this way, because they know, I feel like they can see you going through some kind of period of agony right now, but they're just trying to reassure me. They're saying like they want me to communicate to you, like, because they can't yet, that you have nothing to worry about in that capacity. They know who has their best interest at heart. They know the energy. Like I keep on hearing, like the energy, they know that the energy biting their fist is the energy that has their best interest at heart. Because when we care about each other, that's what we do. We bite our fist, which is the space by which we want to do something, but we hold back from doing it because we know that it would make something less positive for another. So they're just articulating the fact that they've been seeing you having to bite your fist, and they're just articulating the fact that it's not, you don't have to worry about it. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's not working. It's not working. It has not worked. It will not work. It won't work, because they've already, I don't like, they're already clocking it, and they can't even energetically speak yet. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Sometimes it's interesting too, because it's an old soul energy, and I always love reading. I love reading for old souls, because they're like, some things sometimes you gotta let time. Sometimes some things time fixes, right? Some things are fixed through time. And I know you've got a really touchy relationship with time, but they're saying to me that this is there's something about, they're articulating, it's funny because they're saying like, some games you have to wait out the clock. And it's the fact that they said the word game, like the fact that they're saying the reason that they're using the word game is because they're articulating the fact that they recognize that another person is trying to play you, is what I keep on hearing. Because even in the space by which they identified that, I feel like that's the quality by which they're articulating the fact that they see something. They've noticed the tendency in another person to create games. So I feel like the message is coming through is trying to tell you how much, not only how much they see what you're doing in terms of resisting another person trying to provoke you, but remembering that like time is on, like, you and them have an ally in this, and that ally is time. And the reason they're trying to get me to communicate that is saying like, don't spoil time as an ally by doing something in the heat of a moment. Write that down. Okay? Don't spoil time as an ally by doing something in the heat of a moment. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 4 more spots today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Okay, just bear with me a moment. Lucas. Well done. Excellent. Absolutely. Okay, thank you for confirming that you knew who I was. Like, yeah, like my forehead's tingling. So thank you for confirming you knew who I was reading for, BB. Absolutely. Yeah, and I feel like, I feel like the fact that they're articulating that, like, like it just, I want you to understand, like they are already very aware, even if they can't communicate. Anytime, dear. Absolutely. And I'm glad I was able to translate that message for you. Okay, I'm glad to hear. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I'm sad to hear the message is spot on, right? Like, here's the thing about it. Like, sometimes when I'm sad to hear the message is spot on, but I'm glad the message came through. Absolutely. Oh, jeez. I'm sending you so much support, BB. I'm sending you so much support. It's not okay. It's not. It's not okay. Absolutely, and sending you so much support on that. You're so welcome, dear. And again, I hope this message helped on that. I truly do. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today. The next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. And if you are a paid member there, you have the same benefits as a subscriber. You're so welcome. Again, I'm very happy to be able to deliver that message. Per, I got you, dear. Okay, perfect. And before we continue right now with Per's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is like a gift from spirit. Like somebody indicated the fact that this is a gift from spirit. Confirmation. It was a remnant from the last reading. It was a remnant from the last reading. Thank you so much. Oh, let's continue right now. All right. Oh, that was really sweet. Okay, where are we? All right. One moment. Let me just pull up, and just a reminder to friends: if you are a super fan and have access to Disco, you can post your information on the reading in the subscriber only Disco channel, or if you have information that you need to share for the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. I'm just pulling up the question here. Oh boy! Speaking of weird, I love when Per starts with a weird question. Okay. All right. I have a weird question. Bear with me. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm going to preface this by saying that this is in no shape or form a medical reading. This is all energetic. For the past month, I've been randomly getting a feeling in my gut or heart space. It can even start with the gut and it works its way up to my heart. I don't have urgent events in my life to cause this, not related to anything I'm doing or thinking at the time. I can literally be working hard, relaxing, cleaning the house, totally random. So what is this energy? So again, I'm going to articulate that if there's anything here, like if there's anything you're feeling bodily, you should always make sure that you're getting, you're seeking out medical and professional help for it. But let's see if we can read into where you are energetically at this time to identify what could be, what's happening, if there's anything related to it on an energetic level. Okay. It's new, right? Haven't felt it before. Completely new sensation. Um, it's between, yeah, it's divine counterpart is what I'm getting. It's sympathetic. It's sympathetic to divine counterpart. And I keep on, it's, how do I explain this? Um, it's, it's agita. Is the best way to how to explain this. Um, so like it's agita. It's agita, which is again. So how do I explain? It's and it's interesting too because I feel that. So I see somebody that I need to walk you through. I need to walk you through what we've been talking about in relationality to what another person is currently experiencing. So one of the things that we've potentially been talking about is I see a situation where you know, and I need to describe this. Like I feel like I see someone that was working like in a relationship. I keep on getting somebody who was in a relationship for quite some time. I'm getting at least like 3 years. Um, and a lot of the work I see that they were navigating had to do with the space of another person articulating or speaking into the feeling of being perpetually attacked, right? Like the space by which another person was trying to articulate provocation, and the space by which another person was doing everything they could to try to help another person through something. Now, in the context of doing so, in the context of doing so, what I effectively see as occurring is I think we discussed that and I keep on getting like I do keep on getting every time I read for this energy that there's some kind of very deep Leo quality, right? Because there's something very noble, right? There, like I feel like I see this energy that was going out of their way to try to help protect and defend someone because this is legacy from what I see that they carried into this life with, particularly and especially as it relates to the past life that you experienced with them, right? They've got a tendency, they've got a quality by which they will defend those they care about to the hilt. But the thing I see that's happening right now is somebody turned their hilt against them, right? The space by which another person was working fastidiously on another person's behalf. I keep on getting, it feels like a betrayal wound. It feels like they turned, right? They turned it on to, they turned it towards them, right? And the modality by which they're now on the other side, right? They're on the other side, the same energy, right? The same energy that they were perpetually building into as it relates to another person articulating the need to be protected from. I keep on seeing the fact that they're identifying that they have become, right? They've become one of the many, right? They become one of the many that this person articulates the fact that they need energetic protection from. And so I can see like the reason I'm getting a lot of this energy here is because, right, I feel like you're almost experiencing sympathetically how sick it's making them feel. Because I just keep on seeing the fact by which another person, right, and I keep on getting the state or nature by which another person was working fastidiously. I keep wondering the state or nature by which another person was working fastidiously on another person's behalf, only to discover, right? I keep on hearing, only to discover, right? I feel like it's like only to discover the fact that another person, right? I keep on hearing it like the space by which another person wasn't speaking, right? Wasn't speaking in the same way, or wasn't articulating upon it, or wasn't in the state or nature by which they themselves could identify. I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy potentially working through that, like what you're feeling, like the space by which, like I keep on getting like the space by which you feel like, I keep on like like I almost see like it's making them feel energetically sick, right? And the reason I keep on seeing the fact that they feel so sick about it is because, right, I feel like it's somebody, I feel like it's almost some like it feels to me like somebody is identifying the fact, right? Like they're identifying the fact that they've been that I keep on hearing that they were articulating in that way for a long time, right? Like the state or nature by which another person, like, and I want you to see this, like here they are, right? Here they are working, like I'll just show you these cards so you can understand the state by which they're experiencing it. Like here's this individual, right? Here's this individual that was doing everything in their power to energetically protect the energy, right? And there they are, right? And the modality by which they're now trying to articulate that they were the source of the energetic problem in their experience, right? Which is why I see them, right? Like that's why I see them feeling so rocked, because I just keep on getting the fact by which I see, like I literally keep on hearing someone articulate, this is the type of energy, this is the type of energy that would give the shirt off of their back. You know, like it's giving me the type of energy of someone who would effectively give the shirt off their back. And so, like, I keep on hearing that the energy, like it's not just the fact that they would have given them the shirt off their back, but the fact by which it feels like another person is trying to articulate that they were kicking them in the dirt. You know, like it's giving them, it's like somebody trying to articulate, it's like somebody who, and the way you understand this is, and this is what we recognize when we're working to heal, you know, there's the modality by which we've been hurt. And then there's the trauma that we experience by which if we don't heal it, we're in a perpetual state of hurting. And we're always just looking for someone to effectively like retell the story of our trauma through. So I feel like I see somebody, like I literally feel like I see a situation by which another person is working through something, because it's like they're finally recognizing or identifying how far gone someone was in the space by which they weren't necessarily healing, but in the space by which they've been articulating. It's like them trying, it's like it's literally the duplicity, right? What you're like, I keep wondering, they're getting that feeling because of the recognition of the duplicity that they're observing in another, in the modality by which they were literally living in existence with them, by which they identified or they made everything seem like everything was fine. But rather, I keep on hearing in the space by which anytime they spoke to someone else, right? They create, like, rather in the space where they talk to others, right? They indicated like I keep wondering like a whole different story, right? Like literally, I keep wondering like like a whole different story in terms of how they felt about something. So I feel like they're the modality by which, and you'll remember we articulated that the space by which they're working to heal this is continual to what they were effectively healing with you, which is them, like literally I keep on seeing someone saying to someone, somebody saying like, what do you want me to do about this? And another person saying nothing, right? because it's almost like, it's like I keep on hearing it's a wound. I keep on hearing him. I keep on hearing someone saying like, and I keep on hearing someone saying that's a wound looking for a fight, right? That's a wound looking for a knife, is what I keep on hearing. That's a wound looking for a knife. And I feel like that's the hard part about it. Like it almost feels like somebody who's doing something to try to validate, right? That it's like they're trying to validate the hurt that they caused. I have to write that down for you because, and here's what, here you said that to them. That's and I keep on hearing they keep on getting chills when they say that. They keep on getting chills when they say that because that's exactly where you guys were arguing in the past life. I have to write that down. All right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got what time is it? Yes, we've got 4 spots available today. If you'd like to get on the list, 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. It's not a fake live, Scott, but when I'm reading, I don't interrupt the read to read over comments, dear. Okay. Absolutely. Hold on a moment. And Destiny, thank you for the follow. Ruby, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Let's go, Leo. Birding. Absolutely. Has Per ever had normal questions? I love it. Yes, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Absolutely. How you doing today, Joey? Yep, getting older is a beautiful privilege. Thank you as well, Joey. Mm-hmm. Kel, if you'd like to have a reading, you need, these are donation-based readings. We've done the free collective for today. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers or non-paid members. We also offer free 1-card readings for anyone who's a paid member each day. Okay. Scott, this was a personal reading directed to an individual who was requesting it. And I'm not inclined to follow directives in terms of proving to you that this is real. Excellent. All right. And Nikki, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. All right. Just bear with me a moment. I felt this before in stressful times, but different. That's why I keep on saying it feels different and new. That's because you're feeling it's sympathetic for what they're going through. Is burdening. I like the fact that you tried to write burdening and instead you wrote birding. Absolutely. This is not my first Leo. I get a lot. Good to know it's not my energy. No, I don't. I'm seeing like I just keep on. It feels sympathetic. Absolutely. And Ruby, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Destiny, thank you for the follow. Profound in a past life. You're so welcome, Per. I got you, Nikki. We've got a minute on that, Ruby. It might take well, actually we've got one more reading, so it all depends on if anyone else gets on the list today. Oh, and thank you for encouraging everyone to tap and like, Nicole. I appreciate you. And Yasmin, thank you for getting on the list today. We've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. Okay, let's get to it. And the next person we're reading for today is going to be Nikki. Nikki, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And for anyone interested, we read for here, life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic, dream interpretation, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in our notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in the subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Okay. All right. We're not at one cards yet, Ruby, my dear. Oh, you want to? Okay, you're gonna let. Okay, I appreciate you guys. Okay, if you're okay, one card for finances for Ruby, please. Before we continue, um, it says to me there's something about like I keep on hearing making sure that you're alerting. I feel like there's something about alerting others to what's occurred. I'm not sure why I keep on hearing like make sure that you're having conversations and telling others what happened because I keep on seeing it feels like something that you might be able to have put on pause for a period of time. I keep on hearing you'd be surprised what's available, but it has to like effectively hold on a minute. It has to you have to have the conversation, right? It never hurts to ask. So I feel like make sure like reach out and see about what you can put on pause to allow you to be able to get on top of something. Absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. These are to have a reading. All you do is send the donation, which is 29 or more, via my tree that is Binks in it in my Lio. So if you go to the top of the chat, you should find the links there that will allow you to be able to submit for a reading. Okay. Here, I'll post it here. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. And before we continue with Nikki's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. When you count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cat. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. And I'm going to pin up. Hold on a minute. I totally got you, dear. And guys, I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. Wow. I'm going to show you the cards before, because I know you, I'm going to show you the cards before I read the cards because I want you to see the, like the important thing about this. Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. Queen of Swords in its upright. Eight of Swords in its upright. Eight of Swords in its reversal. Yeah. And the thing, the message is coming through on it. Everybody knows what's happening. I just keep on, like, the thing about it is, like, if someone wants, like, if somebody wants to create an orchestra, then let them conduct. Right? And I feel like you've got, here's the thing about, I feel like you've got some kind of experience in this, right? Like when somebody wants to orchestrate, let them conduct, which is the observation of knowing, right? The observation of knowing with absolute reliability that another person is going to do the worst thing possible is effectively an energetic strength, because it's the understanding by which, like, and I keep on hearing, here's the thing about it, cruel energy is profoundly predictable. Like, that's the thing, like, that's honestly, I know that sound, I know that sounds like, I know that small sounds, I know that sounds like a small reassurance, but it's valuable information, right? It's valuable information to recognize that cruel energy, right? And it's funny, cruel energy is dumb to a certain extent. Like, this is why we identify the fact that cruel energy is dumb, because it's like you could set a watch to it, you know? And here's the thing about it. When you recognize that cruel energy is dumb, then it's the context by which it's not something that can shock the self, but it's something that you can effectively work through and reasonably expect. And the thing about it is, and you have to understand, right? The most important quality and characteristic about that is, I feel like the point, the point that you can effectively identify, like, the word I keep on hearing is calibrate, right? Which is not trying to work into, like, not trying to work into the state or nature. Like, don't let, when another person is trying to provoke you, right? You remember who you are, right? When another person is trying to provoke you, like basically you have to kind of look at something. And I think that you have that observation here. I don't know why. I feel like, I don't know if you have a lot of siblings, right? But, like, like, I keep on getting, like, I don't know why you've got some more, like, you've got more understanding of sibling dynamics, which is like, and again, like, especially when you've got a lot of siblings, then you understand that when somebody, when it gets loud enough, right? When it gets loud enough, then it doesn't matter who started it, right? It matters who finished it, right? And I think it's interesting too, because, like, it feels like it's associated to a past life, right? Like, that's what happened. Like, the mature energy, right? This is why you'll often notice with, like, a healthy parent, right? When a healthy parent walks in the room, and the sound by which, like, this is what, like, the agony of a healthy parent is walking in, and everybody's, like, tearing each other apart, and everyone goes, hey, they started being like, but not caring, not giving a single fig about who started it, but asking the important question, which says, why didn't any of you try to finish it? Like, someone's trying to finish, like, 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 that's, it's not like, it's no, there's no, like, it does not matter. Like, it does not matter at that point. Because if unreasonable energy brings the unreasonable out, then everybody's in trouble for being unreasonable. It's the energy that says, that works to try to put a stop to it, that is the energetic mature energy in the room, right? Mature energy never utilizes, they started it, right? Mature energy, there's not a single, like there's not a single courtroom on this earth. Okay. But and here's the thing about it, right? Like the observation of understanding, and this is the thing that's important. I think that this is what you can understand, right? The quality and the condition by which you say, someone gave me absolute garbage, right? Somebody gave me absolute garbage. And this is the work that we do to try to turn it to gold, right? That is the nature of, that is the power of love, right? The power of love is not conditional as to what another person tries to bring out in us, but what we try to do with it says everything about the person that we truly are. So I feel like there's something about that. I'm not sure if you understand, but I feel like you've already helped someone in that way, in a profound way. And I think that some of it has to do, like, I think that like some of it has to do with your own experience in relationality to, again, right? It's not walking away from things, right? That walking away from things isn't cowardly if something's beneath you. Bottom of the deck. Walking, Leos know this to their core, right? Leos are not cowardly energy, but Leos only walk away from things, right? Leos only walk away from things when they're energetically beneath the self, because that is the point of understanding and recognizing, right, that the quality that one brings forth to things helps set the standard. So I feel like that, and I think that has a lot to do, like I feel like there's a lot of that connection towards your past life that I see, because I feel like every time I read for you, remember I articulated that you're having to navigate situations or circumstances, right, where others, like you're working through situations where another person tries to say, aren't you worried about what people think? And you being like, who cares what people think? If their thought is not a good standard to think, then it doesn't matter, right? Like that's the thing about it, right? It's not about the, when one says, aren't you worried about what people think? That's not the sound of someone bringing standards to a situation, right? That's energy. That's energy more inclined, right? That's more inclined with working towards what others like. Because here's the thing about it. Energy that has standards, when you understand that energy that has standards does not care, absolutely does not care what energetic, you can't be concerned with what other people think when you're in the process of setting a standard, right? Can't do it. Because if the standard's low, then guess what? Guess what? Everybody stand up. Everybody got to stand up now. We got some work to do. We got to raise it. Got to work to raise it. So I keep on hearing that's what it means to raise something, right? When you're raising something properly, that's the work of setting the standard, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. How you doing today, B Angel? And welcome, Delina. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Okay. All right. And for me, it's only one thought. I have to decide. Sending you support, dear. Excellent. Okay, and just bear with me. Whoever, the next person I'm reading for, your cards are already out. So there's that. Oh, it's amazing. And I have to point it out too. Like, I need to just tell you, Nikki, I'm not sure if you notice this because I know sometimes you pop back and forth, but in the space by which, like, do you notice the fact by which, do you see how simple it is? Pay attention to the fact that all I had to do was mention the word standards and it triggered. You see all the triggered energy, right? That's all like amazing. Absolutely fascinating. All one has to do, right? If talking about standards triggers others, better to see it, right? Better to see it. It's amazing. Like once you observe it, absolutely. And just taking a moment to read over. You should pop over. You should pop over to the. You should pop over to the place where we keep the videos. It's pretty. It's remarkable. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the only reason I'm bringing it there is so that you can kind of. The only reason I'm leaving it there is so that you can see it fully, right? Because it only started. It only started when I started doing your reading, right? Got it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I would be. It says to me like I feel like what you're saying, Nikki, is somebody like basically the communication that's coming through on the reading is somebody is deep in their feelings because you raised a standard, right? Like that's effectively what we see is happening there. Mm-hmm. I've been in the same situation twice. Only thing I could do is have compassion. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, the upright and reversal. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, so, and that's what I mean. Like, right? Like the fact that you've got empathy because you've seen it firsthand. Yeah. But again, so but it says it's interesting too because I keep on seeing you have a better understanding of sibling dynamics. And I feel like even in the space by which you recognize it, even though you were separated from it. Thank you for confirmation as well, T. Yeah, exactly. Like you're very well equipped for this situation for that reason. Because a lot of the reads that we saw see the fact that you've constantly had to be in the space of being the healthy parent. Yeah, I really come into the understanding that we can only control our reaction to things. Beautifully said, Nikki. And it was funny because I was about to say said, but instead I got but instead the word came out stead. Yeah, even responding to this exactly. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live, Chris. How you doing today, Fee? And thank you for the follow. We got a lot of projection energy. Like as soon as I mentioned the word standards, it was like projection. It was, it was absolutely. Hmm. Yep. And thank you so much for the follow, Abdujanu. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, just feel free to correct me. Thank you for those hearts, Chris. All right, let's continue right now. I mean, tarot can exhaust you when you're reading into it, Hypno. It's not. That's why we do. I mean, those who don't think it's work haven't done it well. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know. It's a shame, right? We don't talk about it enough. You know, we don't talk about it enough. I mean, this is why I do a lot of the work. Like, you know, the work that we do in terms of understanding the quality of it. It's not for the weak. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Yasmin. Yasmin, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Yeah, and the most important thing about a standard is we don't hold it just because somebody else is. Like we hold it because it's a standard. All right. I got you, Yas. One moment, please. Okay. How you doing today, Unique? Thank you for those heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card. Okay. Is this inside tea or outside tea, as? And before we continue, like your card's already out, but I'm just checking because they were out before I even started the read. All right. And thank you, Delinia. All right. We've got the animal spirit oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it is a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. Okay. I love the frog is everywhere. Okay. Nora, these are donation-based reads. So if you'd like to get on the list, I've got 2 more spots available today before the list is closed. When it comes to those in spirit, I usually operate by a consent practice. So I reach out to see if they're inclined to communicate. You know? Oh, you see it there? Yeah, you see what I was talking about? Yeah, I'm glad you saw it. I'm glad you saw it, Nikki. Hmm. Absolutely. How you doing today, Lori? Okay. Oh, unique. Okay, where are we? How you doing today, Vista? You don't mind if it's outside. Okay. To get on the list fee, all you do is send a donation via the tree that is Banks in it, Mylio. So it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for super fans and for paid members. All right. Oh, no, sorry. For 29 or more for non-subscribers. So for anyone who's a super fan or a paid subscriber, it's 23 for 4 cards. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually still looking for Yaz. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, is that okay? That's you. Okay, just wanted to confirm. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. And just bear with me a moment. All right. And just a reminder to anybody joining us before we continue, we are at 44.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Okay. And Yaz, just to be safe, because can you please confirm the first initial of your last name? Just because it's a different account, I always just like to make sure. Thank you. I appreciate you, dear. Okay, perfect. All right, where were we? Especially because there was outside tea. Like I didn't want to I didn't want to be in a space by which I didn't want to be in a space by which I was sharing tea until I made sure. Okay, perfect. All right, one moment, please. You know what? Better to check. You never know. Okay. One moment. Okay. Perfect. All right, where were we? Okay, just pulling up the question again. Okay. So, I feel like, oh, you guys have no idea how on point this feels for the reading. Oh, that's fascinating. Excellent. Wow. Okay, perfect. Um, I feel like expanding on the last reading regarding this transitional period I'm going through. I would like to know the goal or purpose and outcome of this in between I'm in at the moment. It feels really uncomfortable, and it's almost like I'm currently in this butterfly chrysalis, being asked to wait for my wings to fully form. But I'm also wondering if there's something I should be doing right now or focusing on, because a part of me still feels stagnant despite the reading we did yesterday on being ahead. I would like to know how to move out of this transitional period as smoothly as possible and what this chapter is asking me to do or move forwards towards, because it almost feels like a void right now, and I'm not entirely sure I see the way ahead yet. There's a lot happening mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and there are lots of things pulling at me in different directions, asking for my attention, but I would like guidance from my guides or angels on the direction and steps I'm being asked to take at this moment. Got you, dear. Beautifully stated. And I'm going to pin you up here. Guys, make sure to give Yaz some love. So I want to kind of bring you back. Um, I want to bring you back to that perception, that beautiful allegory that you gave of feeling like you're working through butterfly energy. Because the thing you have to understand, and this is what's wild about it, is like there everybody else sees a butterfly. And what does it feel like to be a butterfly? Right? It feels like you have to be a bull, you know? Like there you are, right? And this is what we often have to deal with. Like this is what's going on right now. Like you want to get to the heart of like what's going on with Jupiter and Cancer. And we sometimes forget this, right? The hard part with a manifestation goal is the way a manifestation goal appears versus how it actually feels to be within it are very different things. Okay? How something appears versus what it feels like is completely different. And I want you to think about like the beauty, right? When you're seeing a butterfly that is emerging from a chrysalis, you see, oh my God, look, it's life. It's the beauty of life emerging. What you're seeing is a butterfly that's panicking, right? That's bull energy. That's going, I got to get out of here, right? I got to get out of here. Like, I can't, there's not enough space. There's not enough space to contain. I'm trapped, right? So when you think about that, right? Like there you are. Somebody sees the beauty of birth. And what's another person going through? They're going through burst, right? They're going through burst. They're about to like, you know what I mean? Like it's different, right? It's the quality and condition by which we understand like where the work is. And the hard part about it is like, and I'm going to tell you right now, you said you're like, it feels weird because I feel like the guides are articulating that I'm in the space by which I'm growing, but I don't feel like I'm growing, right? What do you feel right now, right? You feel stuck. Yeah, that's butterfly energy. You feel stuck. You feel stagnated. You feel like you're behind. You feel a little bit panicked, right? Because you have to understand, even in the quality and condition way which you're perceiving that, it's still butterfly energy, right? It's the feeling, right? It's the feeling of effectively working into something, right? And then getting really frustrated because you're like, right? You're like, what if I, like, what do I need to do? Right. And there you are, not recognizing how strong you are, right? That you're already in the process of doing that because, right, you can't see energetically what the guides are effectively showing you. So there you are, like, what you don't realize, you basically just articulated to me that you're already in communication with your guides, right? You probably didn't even pick up on it. There you are in communication with your guides because you're sitting there, right? There you are. You're asking me to give you you're asking me to give you the conversation. I'm just telling you what you told me. I'm showing you and revealing to you the fact that you're already in communication with your guides because you said, right? You said it almost feels like it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't feel like that. What are you talking about? Yaz, what are you talking about? You don't feel like that. You don't feel like that. You just said to me, you're describing two different things. You just told me that you said that you're in a transitional period. You said it feels like you're in a void. Okay. You said that you feel like you're in a void and you're entirely sure that you see the way ahead. You're already in communication with your guides because the space by which you articulated, right? You're in harmony because you're basically, there you are, right? And what did you identify? You said that you're in a void space. Yeah, it's dark in a chrysalis. It's dark. You can't see anything. You're not entirely sure. Yeah, you can't, right? You can't because you're within it. You don't know what's going on. And then there is the guide, right? There's the guide energetically showing you what they see, right? They're already showing you and saying, I know that's what you feel like, but this is how we see you right now. This is where we see you being. And it's that modality of understanding the quality and condition by which you understand, right? How are you able to hold those two states at once? How are you able to hold those two states at once? It's because you're already in communication with them, right? You're already in communication with them. Bottom of the deck. Again, a good guy doesn't. A good guy doesn't. A good guy. I don't know how many times. A good guy doesn't tell you, right? A good guy doesn't tell you what to do. A good guy doesn't tell you what to do. A good guide shows you what you need, right? A good guide shows you what you need in order to achieve what you effectively are setting out to do, right? A good guide shows you where you are to be able to help you be able to find that locationality. So you already, like, what we're basically seeing here is, the space by which you identified, and I want to point out, you said at the end of this there's a lot happening mentally. Well, yeah, there's going to be a lot happening mentally when you're in communication with your guides because it's going to feel like a bit of an argument. You're going to feel like a bit of an argument because you'll be like, it doesn't feel like that, being like, we know. You're a butterfly coming out of a chrysalis. It feels like I'm trapped in a void space. We know. We know. We're fully aware of the disparity, right? It's working through the disparity that helps us be able to see things with more clarity, right? So I want you to honor the fact, like, I want you to honor the fact that you're already in that space. And one of the ways you can, and again, I like to point out, beautiful, healthy intuition. The way we can follow healthy intuition is that it leads us to a miracle. And you didn't even realize the miracle of what you articulated in the space by which you were effectively giving yourself an energy read. Because you literally said to me, like, I'm just interpreting here. You literally said to me, I feel like I'm in a void space, but I just keep on seeing the image of a butterfly and a chrysalis. And I'm like, yeah, that's because that's your guides showing you how they see you, right? So making sure that you're honoring, right? Honor it, right? Like honor the space that you're in, which again, how does one proceed? Right? That I think is the best. Like I feel like that I feel like that is the best um that is the best way to effectively embody the quality that you're potentially working through right now, which is working into the space of when we're working towards healthy embodiment. It doesn't feel like we're waiting for direction so much as we articulate and amplify and say, how does one feel best to proceed? Right? And that is potentially you coming into the space by which you're energetically honoring, right? Energetically honoring the experience by which you find yourself, right? You're honoring the space you find yourself, and you're also holding space for the fact that you know, right? The fact that you know that you're not the fact that you know that you're not um incongruous, right? You're not incongruous. You're actually in alignment. Because the funny thing about it is when you're in alignment, things get incongruous. Things get incongruous because you're navigating more than one perception on things. Oh, thank you so much for having that reading with me. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Yaz. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, the list is, well, I'm going to take, I can take like maybe, oh, we've got 50K. All right. So hold on. The list is closed. The list is closed right now, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. And just, perfect. I'm like, wait, imposter. But I need to point this out. Do you see how lovely it is? The fact that you guys are so collectively supporting and helping each other. Like that's what's so beautiful. Hi there. Welcome from Hawaii, Corey. Yaz is hiding from us. You guys have, yeah, but that's the thing, right? Right. Like I can see exactly what you mean in relationality to working through that right now. Mm-hmm. Connected collective. I love that. Bobo's, these are donation based readings. So we're about to get started on one cards. Um, if you'd like to become a super fan, we'll be doing one card readings. I would ask that you don't just repeat the same question over and over in the chat space. You can head over to my profile. There's a pinned post there on the protocol for the chat space. Repeating questions is not polite to those trying to communicate. Thank you. Your Jupiter's in Cancer in your birth chart. Well, this is potentially going to feel like some deeply transformative stuff right now, right? Because, and it makes sense with Venus there too, right? It's the acknowledgement that you're not alone. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nene, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. And I hope that you're taking steps to be able to be in a healthy space. Absolutely. The cards, did you see the card? Like a lot of the cards were in, like the thing is that a lot of the cards were in the reversal, but the high priestess wasn't, right? Like that was what was so beautiful about the reading, which is like, it doesn't, oh, you know what I mean? Like it's like when you're seeing something that feels the opposite of what you're experiencing, it doesn't mean it's confused. It could be like the full alignment. This is so accurate. Exactly. Beautifully stated. Again, beautiful stated. Stead just keeps on coming out. Bridget. Absolutely. Yeah, that high priestess was wild. Yeah, they kept saying we're not. The fact that you only said that to me, the fact that you only said that to me after the fact, I just want to point out again, confirmation. The fa- the fact, the fact, the fact that the message I got was it's a real conundrum. How does one proceed? the fact that was the fact that you got confirmation on that, and I was just reaffirming. I have to put it. Hold on, I got to put that in your book. Give me a minute. I can't. It's a real conundrum. It's a real conundrum. Hold on a minute. Oh my gosh. One sec. One moment. Where'd your book go? Oh, there it is. Also, the fact that you were trying to get that by me, we're just gonna let that slide. Okay. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Let that serve as further confirmation. Let that serve as further confirmation on what you're receiving. Okay. But also, how dare you? All right, let's continue. Oh my gosh, I can't. Colleen, perfect. Yes, I was looking for you. Yep, you're next to be read for. Okay, and the list is closed. So Colleen, the way we have to do it, because we are a little short of time, if I'd like to be able to, so we've got a couple of things to do because we were waiting. We're gonna do the 50K. It's totally okay. So if you're what I want to make sure that we have time to honor everybody's one cards. So we're gonna do the 50K giveaway, and then we're gonna do the one cards, and then we should have enough time to do your reading. I do have a hard stop today, so why don't we get into it, okay? And thank you for it. Olu, thank you for the follow. Yep, absolutely. Continue. But here's the thing about it. I feel like how best to proceed is what you need to focus on right now. I'm doing well. Yep. Excellent. She's bossy. All right. Let's continue right now. So we're going to do first of things first. We're going to do the 50K. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to 50K. The person who wins the 50K will have a free reading starting tomorrow. I'm currently thinking of a number between 1 and 61. The first person that posts the reading, the number, will get the free reading. The first person I see, not this first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, congratulations, Ivana. You got it. We'll do that again when we get to 100K. And we're going to continue right now. So we're now going to be doing one card readings for, hold on, just reading over from the comments. Bear with me a moment. Thank you for the help, Nikki, over on the place where you keep the videos. I appreciate it. Have a beautiful day, Grader. Hi there from India. Welcome. Hi there from Miami. Absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. We're now doing one card readings for super fans and paid members over on the place where we keep the video. Just go ahead and put your question up and I'll be happy to read for you. Okay. Laurel, one card on connection with them. Make sure that there's clarity in terms of what's occurring between you. You know, like, wow. Look at those cards. It definitely feels like you guys potentially have a past life connection. You know, I keep on hearing someone say, why do I feel so drawn to you? Old soul problems, man. Old soul problems. Old soul problems. Oh, good. All right, let's continue right now. I hope I get a weird dream tonight. She's very talented, Nicole. Hi there, Colleen. One card for Bridget, highest priority, please. Just go ahead. I feel like you need to go on a trip. And I feel like you're already on a trip, which is interesting. But I think that there's something you have to enjoy the trip that you're on, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially why do you keep on returning back to work on something? I don't know. I keep on like I've got a guide going. What part of trip don't you understand? What part of trip do you understand? Sorry, it's a very smarmy guy going. What part of trip do you not understand? Absolutely. I don't feel like one. Oh, interesting. But I feel like there's something about something about like I don't know. I keep on hearing a real trip is what I keep on getting. Okay, 1 minute. Sonia. Oh, good to see you, Sonia. It's been a minute. Is she a Gemini? Sonia, one card on current connection, please. I got you. Make sure that they're being clear about what they're looking for. It's not at bottom of the deck. Yeah, I'm looking for a relationship does not cut it because there are many different types of relationship. Make sure that they're articulating upon the quality and nature of it. Yeah, especially with the fox energy, right? I know that there's a lot of, I know that there's a gravitational force between you, but make sure that there's also a directional one. Ivana, one card, highest priority, please. Yeah, it's giving me like go big or go home. You can navigate intensity. But here's the thing about it. I keep on seeing as it relates to new relationship, remember, intense energy does not want to overwhelm you. So sometimes intensity, like true energetics, true intensity grows over time. Don't give someone the benefit of the doubt, especially if you're just coming to know them, right? Like allow the context of understanding, give someone the context of giving you the ability to surprise you with how intense they can be, is what I keep on seeing. Hi there from Toronto. Welcome, Jenny. One card, highest priority, please. Bottom of the deck coming through. 7 of Pentacles in its reversal. I feel like there's something, it's interesting because, hold on a minute, just reading over. This is what I keep on getting in relationality to helping another person understand time's on your side, right? Yeah, and the work by which we understand some things must be lived through. Yeah, especially with the cow energy. It's interesting because I feel like it's I feel like what's coming through on that is feeling like a message from spirit, which is the space by which I keep on hearing, like integrity rings true across the oceans of time. I'll write that down for you. Hold on a minute. Yep, 1 minute. Lordy, Lord. Where'd your book go? I need to organize these better. There it is. Got it. Okay. One card regarding connection for Chrissy. I feel like I'm seeing something. Like I feel like there's like the thing about it that I think that needs to be navigated is understanding that there's like like a good connection doesn't stand in the way of what's for us, right? When we understand that we can't miss what's for us, then the observation of being able to identify or recognize or taking um, some type of collective approach to something, it says to me, like at bottom of the deck on this, especially with the Three of Cups in its reversal, um, I feel like there's something, like I feel like there's something important there related to, I keep on hearing like, you know, energy that constantly tries to, when we understand the nature of the universe that tries to effectively give us what we ask for, this is why it's so damaging to work to try to effectively like challenge another person's integrity, because it's the observation of understanding that like the state or nature by which we do so often results, like it results in, like it results in a like this is the damage in terms of trying to prove something, right, often creates a space by which another person is energetically left behind. Bottom animal spirit, like especially with the bull energy, right, like you can't you can't get anywhere with someone who's consistently focusing on trying to be proved to be right, because all one does is it creates like the self-fulfilling prophecy of limitation, right? It's like it's like somebody who's perpetually in a state by which they're constantly undermining themselves to a certain extent. Got you, Nicole. One card on future counterpart. I mean, it feels like it feels like somebody who is like a true, and I keep on getting like a true leader is someone that does not desire to do so, but does so because they have to, right? Yeah, especially like with the moon card in its reversal. Um, I feel like I see somebody that does a lot of work in terms of like healing their own sense of vulnerability, especially with the fire dragon. Like it actually feels like heavy Aries energy, but it feels like a healed Aries, right? Because like healed, like here healed Aries, like often Aries, like real warrior energy does not aspire to, it doesn't aspire to fight. It doesn't aspire, it doesn't, it learns how to do something in order to protect better, not because there's an eagerness to cause harm, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like there's something about them doing something that is built around protection. No problem. You pulled the Six of Cups twice this morning, Laurel. That's wild. Guys, make sure to give Laurel some love. Readers supporting readers. Thank you. Jack, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. Oh, that's beautiful, Nikki. You're so welcome, dear. Oh, Nicole, sending you support. One card on connection. I got you. It's mine. I feel like you guys, I feel like there needs to be a clarity in terms of the moving towards a manifestation goal, right? Not just having the same manifestation goal, but making sure that it's on like on a healthy time frame. Animal Oracle. Yeah, the frog, right? Something about building into consistency in terms of when you can reasonably expect a change, or being able to put something on a calendar. So make sure I keep wondering, like make sure that you're getting that calendar aligned. I know, so much fire dragon energy. Highest priority for Denise, please. We've got the Six of Swords in its upright. So I feel like I see you working to heal. Like some conversations aren't worth having, especially when it comes to believability, right? Because when, like, there's no point in having a believability conversation, because you have to remember when somebody is articulating the fact that they don't believe, they don't believe in something that you know yourself to be, then what they're really doing is they're trying to nullify your existence. So the ability by which you can say like you're not available for conversations where another person's trying to nullify your existence is understanding like that's not you. That's not them. That's not, there's no winning a conversation like that, right? You do not exist to have to prove it to another. You don't have to prove your existence to anyone, is what I keep on getting. I got you, Ava, one card. Past people, because it feels, I mean, it feels like there's something that isn't resolved there. It feels like unhealthy energy expects resolution in the space by which another person will perpetually fight with them. You know, and I feel like a lot with that Fool energy, like somebody being like, I keep on getting some kind of energy, be like, I'm not done fighting with you, and you being like, you're not available for fighting for, like that's you saying like you're not available for adversarial energy, right? Which is the observation or the understanding of you kind of taking the higher ground on something doesn't mean that others have. Sometimes it's almost the space by which you can still feel that, specifically and particularly because they still haven't healed that. You're so welcome, dear. Excellent. Mm-hmm. One card. Yep. I already drew your one card, Nikki. Reaching out to them from Yaz. Has anything changed since the last time you communicated with them? Yeah, especially the space or nature, like making sure that you're being clear to someone about the difference as to whether there's something they can do or if the damage has already been done. Yeah, the fox energy, right? Not leaving not leaving a space, not leaving it in a question mark, which is to say like not making them like no, I keep wondering, no, like no riddle energy in terms of them trying to have to figure out what they do to communicate with you, but rather letting them know like, look, this is what you can actually do to fix it versus this is where we leave it. Yeah, I'm trying to read for Colleen. We're going to be reading for Colleen now. Excellent. All right, Colleen, if you're, can you let me know? And Samson, thank you for the follow. You said that to them today. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, dear. Thank you for confirmation on the reading. Excellent. All right, Colleen. So we are short on time now, unfortunately. I'm afraid I don't have time to navigate the reading because you came in, like I was waiting for you and we came in a little bit late. I've got a hard stop at 3 and I want to make sure that I have enough time to honor the space of your reading. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for understanding. So I will be back on at our usual time at 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern, and I will put you at the top of the list so you'll have first priority. Excellent. One moment. Yeah, I drew for Yaz, I believe. I'll confirm. Hold on a minute. Okay. I appreciate that, Colleen, and thank you for understanding. Excellent. All right, final call right now for anyone who I might have missed with the one cards. Yeah, so everything like the one thing I keep on seeing, and this was coming through from the guide, which is articulating and saying like um articulating and like not leaving things in the form of a question mark. So I feel like you know, if there was an argumentation point there and you articulated what was needed, then don't feel like you have to reaffirm to them, right? Like leave it in the space by which if you've articulated what that is, then that's good. But don't create the space by which you're effectively like articulating like no moving the goalpost, as it were, in relationality to how you're feeling about something, is what I was getting from one of your guides, right? Like honoring, like if you communicated to them what you're comfortable with, like them communicating to you will be honoring your boundaries. Oh, I appreciate that, Laurel. I do my best. Yes, you can one card for Ella, please. Colleen, these are one card readings for super fans if you'd like to become a super fan. You'll also have additional cards in your reading tomorrow if you do so. You got 2 cards coming through, Ella, which is saying to me, like, this is communicating. I feel like this is you having to tell somebody there's only like like all you can do is provide choices for another person. What they choose to do what they choose to do with them is their prerogative, is what I'm getting. Yeah, especially with the 8 of Pentacles, like you can make something as easy as possible for another person. Yeah, especially with the adder energy, but you can say like I can make it as easy as possible, but I can't do it for you. Right? Like you can literally say like here are the tools, here's everything you need, and when we care about each other, we don't effectively ask each other to do things on our behalf. And the reason we don't ask each other to do things on our behalf is that's not the sound of us getting stronger at doing them. So I feel like that's you having to almost have a conversation with someone in terms of helping them. Like you almost saying like you can navigate the decision that they make, or you can help them understand what the possibilities are. But the ultimately like the space by which like almost helping someone prioritize what they're helping someone prioritize making a decision is how you can help someone in that way. Excellent. All right, my friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving them. We will be back on tomorrow at our, actually, apologies. Colleen, I want to, Colleen, if you're still here, Colleen, can you confirm? Yes. Okay. So I'm actually, I was going to be offline tomorrow. So what I can offer you is, let's see, what I can, I guess I can come on, let me see here. I can come on. Yeah, I'm probably okay. If you're flexible, would you be comfortable if we could hold that reading for Thursday? And I'll be happy to give you an additional card. I'll give you a 1 card today for that because that was my mistake. Okay, I appreciate that. So Colleen, let me know what your 1 card is, please, dear. And thank you for your understanding. How you doing, Rainbow? Good to see you, dear. Nicole. Yeah, well, you won the, yes, you won. So anyone who won will also, oh, you got the height. Yeah, Nicole. Yes, if you could, if you're comfortable with that, if you're comfortable with holding it tomorrow. Yeah, because I'm sorry. I was asking, I'm sorry. I must have missed your comment. I was asking you before if you wanted to have it today or not. Okay, cool. All right. Highest priority, please, for Colleen. Um, it's worth the investment. I don't know what this decision is, but it's worth the investment. You'll thank yourself for it. Is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the bear energy, right? I feel like there's something about you having some kind of birth of time right now. Like it's saying to me, like I feel like there's something about a situation that says now or never. Like, like, it's giving me a lot of like go for it, or putting something there. Like I keep on hearing like better to put something there. Um, and like you'll feel better about it in terms of like I don't know about like securing your spot in something, or taking some kind of opportunity I'm seeing. So just I'm sure we'll read into it about like working through something there, but like let the opportunity, let the opportunity become an investment. Thank you so much. And again, oh, I'm sad to hear that. Sending you so much support on that journey. Gabrielle asked for a 1 card. Okay, thank you for letting me know, dear. I didn't see Gabrielle's question come through. I'm going to look back on it. Gabrielle, if I missed you, can you repost, please? Oh, I see it. 1 card, please, General. Got you. All right, we've got the 7 of, yeah, like, here's the thing about it. Don't, like, no yo-yo energy. You know? Bottom of the deck, yeah, with 8 of Wands, like, yo-yo energy. It is somebody being like, like somebody who's like someone who's trying to like articulate the fact that they're still contemplating what one said, right? Like I'm thinking about you. I'm thinking about what you said is not the same as acting upon it, is what I keep on seeing. All right, thank you, dear. Absolutely. Perfect. All right, final call. I appreciate that. For anyone asking, these are one card readings for super fans or paid members. So if you'd like a question pulled next time I'm on live, if you want to become a super fan or a paid member, I'll happy to draw a card for you. Thank you for respecting that. I want to thank you guys so much. How you doing, Rainbow? Oh dear, sending you support. Oh, Rainbow. I got you, dear. I keep on seeing there are many paths on that road, right? There are many paths on that road. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, remember, I just keep on getting the same message. There are many paths on the same road. Look at it as a road opener. Is what, yeah, look at it. You like, I keep on hearing, look at it as a road opener, which is the understanding and the like the recognition of finding a space by which you feel that feels most aligned to you. Is like, I keep on hearing, don't take it personally, take it profoundly. Like I keep on hearing road opener. Especially I keep on hearing, especially if there was something there that felt like, I keep on hearing, especially if there was something there that felt somewhat off to you, is what I keep on getting. All right, my friends, I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. As I mentioned, I'll be offline tomorrow. Yeah, no problem, Em. So if you want to, like I said, if you want to get on the list today, I'm going to be offline tomorrow, but if you want to you want to be second on the list when I'm back on Thursday, getting on the list today will secure you priority before, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I want to thank you guys. If you became a super fan or paid member today, welcome. Please message me with a disco gif, and I'll send you an invite to our super fan and member only disco channel. You can introduce yourself to the collective there. You also find a coupon code that'll give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you, K. Megan. I hope you're getting rest wherever you are. Please take care of yourselves today. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone. Julia, one card. Less is more. Less is more, right? Don't give someone more than they need. Just the facts. Thank you guys so much. Have a beautiful day, and I will see you again on Thursday. Take care, everyone.